Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew McCoy. I'm the holdover district clerk for the New Bergen Large City School District. Will you stand and led by the pledge? I will lead it myself. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll now call the roll of the board members. Ms. Christine Bello.
Here.
Ms. Thomasina Bello.
Here.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher.
Here.
Ms. Victoria Boucher.
Here.
Mr. Bergarelli.
Here.
Mr. Doré. Mr. Howard.
Here.
Ms. Politi. Mr. Stewart.
Here.
Now item 2.1. I'll administer the oath of office to the following board members: Ms. Christine Bello, a 3-year term; Ms. Thomasina Bello, a 3-year term; Ms. Mackenzie Boucher, a 3-year term; and Mr. Philip Howard, a 2-year term. And I'll do that in that order. Christine Bello, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the office of trustee
the office of trustee
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mackenzie Boucher, if you will stand.
Thomasina first.
Mackenzie Boucher, if you will stand. Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of trustee
of the Office of Trustees
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Ms. Thomasina Bello, will you please stand and raise your right hand? I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of trustee
of the Office of Trustee
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Philip Howard, will you please stand and raise your right hand? I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of trustee
of the Office of Trustee
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, sir. So just for public awareness, trustee Stewart and trustee Victoria Boucher had previously taken the oath of office because they had taken the unexpired terms. Okay, we'll now move on to the election of officers. I will open up the floor for nominations for president of the board for the 24-25 school year. Please turn on your mic, ma'am.
I would like to nominate Christine Bello for president.
Second.
There's a nomination on the floor for Ms. Christine Bello to be president of the board. Are there any other nominations? Okay, I'll call the roll on board president, Ms. Christine Bello, for the 24-25 school year. Ms. Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
No.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello.
Yes.
That item passes. I will now open up the floor for nominations for vice president of the board.
I would like to nominate Victoria Boucher.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor for Victoria Boucher to be vice president of the board. Are there any other nominations for vice president? Okay, I will call the roll on vice president of the board for 24-25. Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
No.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello.
Yes.
That item passes. I will now administer the oath of office to the president and vice president of the board. Ms. Bello, if you please stand and raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York.
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of office of President of the Board of Education
of Office of President of the Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Victoria Boucher, will you please stand and raise your right hand? I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of Vice President
of the Office of Vice
of
President
the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
according to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion on item 2.8?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? No discussion? Okay, roll call?
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello.
Yes.
Item passes.
Item 2.9, annual appointments. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session to discuss one item on this list.
I need, she made a motion. Second, thank you. All in favor?
Point of order. What would be the, we go into the executive session for the employment history of particular corporations?
We just,
Item 1.
yeah,
So,
we just have, it's one item on the list that we want to speak about, and it's, personnel, so.
who was the second? Thank you.
Fred.
Roll call.
Roll call?
Roll call for executive session. Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher.
Yes.
Margaret Gatos as an independent third-party coordinator, so that if a parent doesn't want to necessarily have admin review their people, that they can have a third-party person. So I just would like to make a motion to add Margaret Gatos to that list.
Point of order, just make a motion to amend? State
Yes.
that again.
Yes.
Perfect. So then you need a second.
Would you mind? That's a really good recommendation as well, but we also contract with someone else to do those types of DASA investigations in addition to Ms. Gatos. So please understand that we also have an outside independent consultant who is a retired superintendent who's been servicing the district in multiple capacities. So we do use both of them.
Could we, well, I guess the further question to that is then do we need to add her name to the list and that other person?
We could add Ms. Gatos, and then when that other person, at another meeting, all right? So if we get to that point, then we can use that person at that meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Madam President. So, to the superintendent, so the third person that we're referring to, is that someone who's already working with the district? So can that name be made part of this, or just for clarification, because right now we're listing 2 people, so you don't want to add that person?
So that individual is already conducting investigations, so that isn't necessarily anything that we have to add to or amend, because that comes under the workflow of anything that comes out of human resources. So that person is already on contract with us to conduct investigations. So it doesn't necessarily have to be decided now in terms of investigations, because that person is a contractor and that's within the contract.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Roll call on the amendment.
Mr. DeRay? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Roll call on 2.9 as amended.
I need a roll call on 2.9 as amended.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. DeRay?
Item 2.10, designations. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Discussion?
I'm sorry. Discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Mid-Hudson Times, Mid-Hudson News, are they the same entity? Because if they are, they're not.
They are not.
So Mid-Hudson News is not a part of this resolution.
Times Hudson.
Because they continuously,
Mid-Hudson
misrepresent.
Times.
they're not on it?
Oh,
They're not a part of the...
Mid-Hudson News is an online news organization. These other ones are,
Okay, I just wanted to make
Physical-
sure, because a lot of times people get confused, Mid-Hudson Times, Mid-Hudson News, and I wanted to make sure there was a discrepancy, that the discrepancies that Mid-Hudson News has is not shed on the Mid-Hudson Times. Thank
no,
you.
completely different owners.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Roll call on 210. Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. DeRay? Two Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes. Item 2.11, authorizations. This is what we are.
I would like to make a motion to edit an item in 2.11.
Point of order. The motion needs to be on the floor first before we can edit or amend.
So moved.
Okay. And a second, please?
Second.
Okay.
So yes, I'd like to make a motion to edit items in 2.11. I'd like to,
Can we have discussion first?
let's discuss.
No? Okay.
You have to have the motion and a second on the floor before we can type a discussion.
Okay.
So there's a motion to amend. I don't know what the amendment is yet. Can you state what your amendment is? You have to state the amendment first.
What's the
ma'am.
amendment?
Okay, number one.
Point of
I would-
order, point of order. Can we put the motion, the resolution on the table first?
It did.
So 2.11 was moved by Mr. Howard and seconded by Mackenzie Boucher
Okay.
to be on the
It's on
floor.
the floor. Okay.
And there's been a motion by Thomasina Bello to amend. She just has to state the amendment.
Okay, I'd like to amend number one to change from just the superintendent's designee to the assistant superintendent of HR and the assistant superintendent of finance only.
So we're just adding 2 more.
Cool.
People.
We're changing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got that one? Okay, number 2, I'd like to omit.
Point of order. Are we gonna deal with them independently or collectively for amendments?
It's all three.
So,
Or we just, you wanted to?
so she's having more than one, I'm going to assume. So are we gonna vote on them collectively or are we gonna discuss them independently? That's my question.
I think we're going to vote on them collectively, but we discuss them independently. So
We can discuss
you
it.
want to go through all the discussion first?
I don't know what her amendments are, but the purpose of my question, if she's having 2, 3, or 4 different amendments, if we're gonna vote on them collectively, are we gonna have discussions independently? Let's say you don't agree with one, but you agree with the other 2.
Oh, okay, so we'll do them independently
Okay,
then.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, so,
Do I do another motion just for this one?
Currently on the floor, there's a motion to amend to add assistant soup for HR and assistant soup for finance to number 1 on 2.11.
do we need a motion?
There's a motion currently, somebody has to second it.
Oh, a second, can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
What can we just,
Now
are we
there's-
discussing?
Now there should be discussion on the amendment.
Oh, I thought we just had discussion on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mackenzie?
So for number 1, is there, because like, my question would be, on number 2, there's or number 3, there's like specific people that do that role. For the payroll, is there a process in place that makes sense? Like, are these the correct people for that? Or is there like a chain of command, just so that it's not designee and it's specific humans? I'm not entirely sure who answers that question.
Mr. Bugarelli? Oh. Oh. And what were you asking?
So specifically, on number 3, there's specific people that sign the checks. So for number 1, I just want to make sure that if we're submitting specific people, that those would be the appropriate people, and that it would obviously not pull back payroll if they were not there.
So let me clear up the misconception. I don't sign checks. That's not the signing of the checks.
I know. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, number 3, it's the district treasurer or the deputy treasurer or the school business administrator for the checks. So for number 1, for the certifying of payroll, is there anyone other than you that normally does it,
Point of
or?
order. Weren't we on number 1?
Yeah, no, I'm using number 3 as an example because it has multiple people.
We need to
So-
discuss number 1 as amended, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Is that it?
doing. Yeah.
Mr. Forget?
So maybe we can discuss the steps that are taken to certify payroll. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Campbell and Mr. Shaw, but when payroll is run, there is a list of everyone that's included within that payroll that is reviewed by the superintendent. And then it is signed off on by the superintendent. So in my opinion, keeping it separate from the finance office, keeping it separate from the human resources office where they have an opportunity with payroll for internal controls to keep it away from there is probably not a bad thing for you to consider. Do you agree with that, Mr. Shaw?
I do. I think having the or designee is problematic in and of itself. In some districts, it is the assistant superintendent for business, depends on the size of the district, but there should be an accountability model implicit in this.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you. So I want to call the question because I want to know exactly what we're voting on. Is it and or is it or? The additions that were made by my colleague. Is it and or?
It's or.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay. So,
So I have another one. So per what Mr. Shaw just said, should we then make that be superintendent or the deputy superintendent?
That's a good idea.
yeah. Okay,
Call the question, please, so we know exactly what we're voting on. Mr. Clerk?
I have an amendment reading, the Board of Education authorizes superintendent or the assistant superintendent of finance or the assistant superintendent of HR to certify employee payrolls for 24-25 school year.
So for a further question to that, if we vote no on that, can we vote to re-amend to read or deputy superintendent for procedure?
Yes.
So can we call the question, Madam President, vote it down, then restate the amendment? Because this is kind of confusing, and I want to make sure we do this right. I mean, does anyone know what we're voting on right now?
Yeah, so we're voting, Phil, I can clarify. We're gonna vote on Thomasina's recommendation, and either we'll say yes or no. If that fails, then we'll vote to amend to add or deputy superintendent so that it reads that way. And then if
Thank you.
that passes, that'll be the amendment.
Question, please.
Roll call on 2.11 as amended. Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
No.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
No.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard,
No.
Mr. Stewart. No. Ms. Christine Bello,
no.
Ms. Thomasina Bello.
No?
That amendment fails.
So now I would like to make a motion, to amend number 1 to read, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent or the deputy superintendent to certify employee payroll for the 2024-2025 school year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please. Oh, discussion, I'm sorry. Discussion. We just had a discussion.
I think we got it right.
Roll call on amendment to add or deputy superintendent on 211, number 1. Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Duray, Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Mr. Stewart. Ms. Christine Bello.
Yes.
Thomasina Bello.
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this one. Okay.
All right, I'd like to make a motion then to edit item number 2 in 2.11. It's a motion.
Point of order, it would be a motion to amend,
Yes.
so that, okay. So what's your amendment,
I
ma'am?
want to omit it completely, actually.
What's number 2?
Yes. Yeah, we would like all conference requests to go through the board.
And,
Yeah.
okay. Used to be this, board approval, you know what I mean?
They want to.
Can I have a second on the motion to amend number 2?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard.
To Thomasina, you made the amendment. Can you explain your reason for this?
Right. I just think that, because we're really tight in budgeting and everything else, and we're trying to, find money here, there, and everywhere, that it just makes sense to me that any requests for such a thing would go through the board.
Do you know how many
Mr. DeRay?
Thank you. I'm directing this to the superintendent. Are there mandatory conferences contractually that the staff has to attend?
There are mandatory conferences that the staff has to attend. There is no way that anyone would be able to keep track of any conferences. Some of the conferences are time sensitive. Some of the conferences have to do with certifications. Some of the conferences has to do with our literacy, numeracy, social studies, science programs. There would be absolutely, I'm not sure how we would be able to, how that would be managed. That's not something that those are things that happen on a daily basis. It's a matter of process, a matter of the educational institution. It's not a matter of, it's not once a month they go on conferences. That's something that happens every single day, every single moment. We have 2,000 employees. That's not something that I think that could be managed, and we have contractual obligations.
Ms. Freeman Mac?
Thank you. Also, as it relates to a lot of our conferences, some of them are federally funded and they're mandated that staff have to attend them. That would be a huge hardship for our teachers as it relates to SUPA, our AP courses, our Marist courses that our students take to earn college credits while they are in high school. We wouldn't be able to send those teachers to those day events. Some are for a half day or a full day. As it relates to special education, we would not meet those mandates either for those conferences. So that would be a serious hardship to our teachers and our students.
Let me clarify this misconception that we are hard pressed with money. We are very good fiscal conservative folks up here. We're educational professionals. We know what we budget for. We budget for the conferences that we need. And what we have to do as a district. We don't take that lightly, so we are not broke. I'll make this very clear. I know I keep having to say that. We are not broke. We are being fiscally responsible, but I can't have this narrative that we don't have any money, because, I know that that's a lot of what's out there. We are very responsible, and we've been very smart with our budgeting and forecasting for what we have to take care of in terms of our students.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, so if I'm hearing Mr. Bello correctly, so that would come under the purview of the superintendent's job and responsibility. We meet twice a month, so are we willing to come in here 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times a month to approve conference requests?
Ms. Boucher?
So maybe instead of amending it, I think that maybe if we were to request a list of what those conferences were, that'd be readily available to the board. Is that okay?
Mr. Bear?
So everyone has already said most of what I was going to say, but again, you don't see it from where we sit. We're talking maybe 1,000 conferences that you're asking us to bring to the board. Most of them are low to no cost. We rely heavily upon the 6 BOCEs in our region who provide a wonderful array of services that we use a central registration process where they can sign directly through our database to do so. We rely upon the Mid-Hudson, help me out, Reading Council, is that it? We have tons of other places that give us extremely beneficial professionally related subjects that sometimes come upon us within days. And in my world, which is PPS, it doesn't even require a substitute, so there's no substitute requirement. So you're going to essentially change my ability to meet the ever-evolving needs around health and safety, around social emotional learning, around mandated services, you have the potential to absolutely change the way I can address the needs that our students present, which are not something that you can forecast even a month ahead of time. We've had emergencies where we've had to provide, you've heard me talk about crisis intervention, stress management, which is a purview under my watch. We do training around that. We have to bring new people on. Social worker's gonna get hired. She has to be trained in that immediately. So on September 6th, when school opens, she knows what she's doing in the event there's emergency. So there's a lack of fluidity to what you're asking. I do think it's responsible to provide at least a list of what we'd provide. We do keep that very well organized, but if you want to approve this, you have no idea what you're about to do with this district.
Ms. Boucher?
I'd also like to ask, I think a list is a great idea, if we could have a monthly report that shows the spending of it and what spending category it's coming from, just so that we can make sure, not for board approval, just so that we can see and make sure we're not being frivolous with our money and that like we're keeping things in check.
Go ahead, Mackenzie. So okay, Victoria, please.
For this body, is there any way you can give us an estimate of how much you spend every month on those things? Is that a question? Just to relay that answer.
So let me address the word. What we do, we are very prescribed, so there's no frivolous. So what I'm thinking that this is coming from is that, let me explain it for the entire audience. A group of educators thought it was a better idea to attend a conference in the summer to not impact instruction, because what we want to do is we want to be responsible, and some of those educators were classroom teachers, and because we did not want to interrupt instruction, we could not help that the conference was being held in Las Vegas, and that's where it was being held. So I want to respond to that, indicating that we don't do things that are frivolous, we do things that are educationally sound and bound, and that's not something that we do. You know, we understand the need to spend appropriately. That's who we are as educators, so we understand the needs of our students and the needs of our staff. So to think that we are just, throwing things away or, not being fiscally responsible, that's not who we are. So please understand that.
And that's not what I was saying, and I also wasn't referring to the conference in the summer. I think that the way the budget was presented, that was voted on, there was an $8 million projected gap. So I just want to be sure as a human that we're not spending millions of dollars, and I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that if there's a way to see that report, great. If that's not something you can provide, understood. I think a list would be a great start.
So even though we have a gap because we came into a budget shortfall because we haven't raised taxes. So if you go back a little bit more since Ms. Roaring and I have been here, that's something that we were asked by the previous board to forecast out for the past, years down the road and what the money that we've left on the table. So that $8 million, we closed $16 million when we first arrived, looking at programs and being responsible. So I do want you to know that $8 million oftentimes is from what Mr. Bayer said. It comes from federal monies. It doesn't necessarily all come from general fund, but we have an obligation contractually to take care of our scholars and our staff.
Ms. Peterson?
So since we're speaking about a report can definitely be developed that has that information on it. I just also want the board to be aware that overnight conferences have to have your approval. So if a staff member or wants to go to an overnight conference, those expenses have to come to the board for approval. When a teacher puts in a request for a conference, it goes through various levels of approval. It is attached to budget codes. Those reports can be developed, but it's not something that we would have to do the work to get that information for you.
Okay, Mr. Forget?
I'll keep it brief, but we also have different grants that are created to specifically allow teachers and administrators to receive professional development. We receive Title II funds. Title II funds are specifically for professional development. We receive Title I funds that are 1003 funds, and I'm not going to get too technical, but they are for schools that are in the accountability system to implement professional development or systems or structures aligned with what their needs are within that school. So there are funds that we receive that are not local funds from the taxpayers. They're federal funds that are earmarked for very specific purposes. Your second question that I heard you ask, is it easy to get a report? It is. We use a very sophisticated system for requests for day conferences and overnight. So it's very simple for us to create and submit to you on a weekly basis or a monthly basis the conferences that people attend. It's already there.
Okay.
Can you call the question?
Currently on the floor is a motion to amend 211 by Ms. Bello, seconded by Stewart, to omit and remove item 2 from 211. That's the motion and the amendment. Want me to call roll on that?
Yes.
Roll call on 211 with that amendment to remove number 2. Mr. Bergarelli?
No.
Mr. DeRay? No. Mr. Howard?
No.
Mr. Stewart? No. Ms. Christine Bello?
No.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
No.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
No.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
No.
That amendment fails.
Okay. So, okay. Okay. Are there any other amendments to 211?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend number 5 of 211, and I would like to change the amount of the budget transfer from 200,000 to 5,000 with once per week and a monthly accountability report of transfers.
The motion has been made to limit the amount of money that can be transferred. Excuse me. The motion has been made to limit the amount of money that can be transferred by the superintendent from $200,000 without board approval to no more than $5,000 without board approval per week with monthly accounting of transfers.
Second to that.
Excuse me, did someone, who gave a second?
Me.
Mackenzie. Okay. Mr. Forget.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Roaring, could you give us an understanding as to the number of transfers that occur on a weekly basis, or give us some of the actual data that occurs in the finance office?
So that depends on the time of year we're in, whether or not we have a more significant volume of budget transfers or not. As we move through the year, we end up with a few additional budget transfers that are related to additional expenses that were not able to be forecasted originally. We shift the funds around. To go to $5,000, the district can basically not do business until the board approves it, because there are very few transfers that would be under $5,000. But there are things that need to be moved around to cover payroll and payments to vendors in a timely manner that would be in excess of $5,000.
Okay. Mackenzie.
Did Phil have his hand raised first? I think Phil had his hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just have to say, in fairness to all my colleagues on the board, I really am looking forward to working with each and every one of you. But what's going on? This is not even coming from these sitting board members. This is stuff that is put in play to handcuff the superintendent to do her job. Honestly. Because, hold on, think about it. That request right there, from 200,000 down to 5,000, and to get authorization from the board, anything above 5,000, we would be down here every day. I mean, come on.
Mackenzie Boucher.
Mr. Shaw, is there an amount that we legally have to keep it or that's recommended for a school district of this size?
Yeah, I think the 5,000 is disproportionately low. Perhaps if you had something like 25,000 and you could revisit it during the course of the year.
Because I would just like to note, like, a research of school districts of similar size, their policy is either 5,000 or 10,000. So that's a large
Can we have
difference.
it quiet?
That's a large difference between this and ours. And I would just like to understand if we're transferring 200 every single day to different accounts, how that money gets moved around. Because on the sheet that was provided to us on the regular meeting from Ms. Roaring, there's like $190,000 transferred between accounts. So I think we would all just like to understand how that's being done and what it's specifically for.
Ms. Roaring?
So I believe that the treasurer provides a monthly report to the board of all transfers that have occurred. These are the ones that didn't hit the $200,000 threshold that required the board's approval, which would then be done after the board's approval in the system. When we have to move large sums of money, for example, to cover some increases in tuition for special education, it means we have to hold the payments to those vendors until we have that approval and are able to process the transfer, increase the POs, and then push it on. We do have transfers that would come in around $190,000, but I also know on the report, there's a reason given.
But do we have notice to that money needing to be moved around where it could be aligned with board meetings? Because most vendors require, like, it's usually a net 30-day or net 60-day payment.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Madam President. For the edification of everybody here and me, because I'm a layperson when it comes to stuff like this, but can you talk about what a budget transfer is and what are they used for and what does that process look like?
Ms. Roaring?
A budget transfer occurs when we have additional spending in a specific area of the budget that we need to cover. For example, this year we had significant increases in our health insurance premiums that came to us in January. There was no reason why we would expect it to go up 15 to 20%, but it did. So we had to reallocate funds from other areas of the budget to cover that increase because that is an obligation we must pay. Similarly, we move money around to cover special education tuition. We may move money around to cover additional instructional materials and supplies that are requested from the Curriculum and Instruction Division that were unanticipated early on in the budget process. The district's priorities and needs shift as you move through a fiscal year, as they do in any business, and we have to be able to reallocate funds to meet the current needs and mandates. Thank you.
Certainly.
I want to remind everyone that this is an $800 million operation. This district, it may be similar size in other places. We are very complex, and we have a capital project. We have emergencies that arise. For example, 2 weeks ago, we had an air conditioning unit that went. So to think that 5,000 or 25,000 is going to cover it, we had a roof, that we had a leak, that's really tying my hands as a superintendent. I'm not sure, I would hope that as a body, we get to understand the work of the district and the work of the superintendent, because, some of these recommendations are really going to put the district in a really difficult position, and it's going to prevent us from operating and running it's a business. It's literally $1 billion business that we're running, and it's a daily function. It's not something that we plan for. We don't have invoices on Monday and then Tuesday we cover them. This is a business that runs every single day where there are millions of things happening and we spend millions of dollars. So, that's not realistic.
I'm sorry. Can I just provide one context based on what Dr. Campbell said? When we had that cooler go down, it was at NFA Maine. That transfer required was just over $7,000. If we had to come to the board for the $5,000 transfer, we wouldn't have been able to execute that purchase order to get that equipment and do that emergency repair. Okay.
Ms. Boucher?
Sorry for all these questions. I'm just trying to better understand this process. So is that $200,000, like, is there a time limit on it? Can it be done every single day? Because I also just want to, it can. I would be personally more comfortable if we could, because if you transfer $200,000 a day, 5 days a week, and I'm not saying you do this, but, 52 weeks of the year, that's obviously a lot of money. So I would like to, I think, better understand, like, is it $500,000 a month? Is some months $1,000? Is some, and like, I know that you probably cannot provide that answer to me today, I understand. But $200,000 sounds like a lot, especially if it can be done every day, where, we can have a special meeting if there's a special condition, and then, again, you might not have that, but I think that's just something to take into consideration, that $200,000 is a lot of money.
Again, I want you to have a real understanding of what happens here fiscally. That's not something that we can come to. That means that we would have a board meeting perhaps every day. If it's unrealistic. The treasurer reports to the board, does not report to me, and balances and makes account for those transfers. The money is used for the business of the district. I want you to think about it. This is the largest entity in the county. This is a big district. We have a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. We're not misusing $200,000. You get the bills and reports from the treasurer who reports to you every single month. So that, you will have an opportunity to see. But to sit here and say, we're going to reduce or we're going to limit or revisit, we can reduce and revisit, but there's no consistency in spending. We have old buildings, things break down, and so every single day it could be a different type of spending. So to think that we have to come to you to ask for over 5,000, over 7,000, that's not realistic. We're not misappropriating or misusing funds. That's not what we do. We're fiscally managing this budget. I have a really talented team, and we know exactly what we should do in the best interest of students.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Madam President. Just the scenario that was just explained to us, a scenario, something such as that, understand what confines we're working in. With a special meeting, we need 24-hour notice. They wouldn't have had that time to do something like that. So we'd be breaking the law in regards to coming when it's immediately needed, because you need a 24-hour notice to have a special meeting. That is why that comes under the purview of the superintendent of day-to-day operations.
Okay. Ms. Peterson?
I think what's important, I don't think the question that you're asking is incorrect. What I think is that you're seeking to understand. And that's a great thing, and to have a conversation about what we do and how we do it. But I think that in that, there's an assumption that we are not already doing that I think that we would like to correct. Within the monthly finance reports, those things are stated. If the board at one point says, this is not, we need more explanation or more understanding, those questions could be asked at the time of the treasurer's report. And I think that that's where the conversations, I don't think there can be an assumption that it's not happening already. There's a lot of dedicated individuals, not just sitting around the table, that ensure that checks and balances are taking place within all areas of our district. Just like the conference request. Those things are happening, and a report can be developed. I'm not going to know off the top of my head. However, I know operationally, if I have a teacher or an administrator that wants to go to a conference and it's not improved, it's problematic, and I am in violation of aspects of their contract, which gets us into another area that we don't want to be in as a governing body to the district.
Mr. DeRay?
Thank you. I'd also like to point out that we do have an audit and finance committee that meets on a regular basis, that gets much more into the minutia. And if you had wanted to review what you believe is an excessive expenditure, that's the time to ask the questions. In those committees, and the district is there represented, and if you feel something's out of line, then you could say it. I'd also like to point out that we go through internal audits, external audits, and we're required to do, to pass those audits, but we do pass those audits. So there's an awful lot of checks and balances. To say, I want to go from 200,000 to 5,000 is, Phil said handcuffed, I'll say crippled. It's a crippling move in a business of this size. The business of the district would just come to a stop. So that is my comments on that.
Mr. Howard?
And lastly, I just want to say, Madam President, so we get these monthly reports in regards to those expenditures. We also get the agenda Thursday, 4 days before the upcoming meeting. If there's any questions, those questions could be sent to central office through you, and we can get the answers to those problems. So I think that's better explain how that process can be facilitated.
Okay, that's good. So,
Can you call the question?
on the whole thing, anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, roll call.
Roll call on amending 211, number 5, to state $5,000 per week with a monthly accounting of transfers. Mr. Doré,
No.
Mr. Howard,
No.
Mr. Stewart. No. Ms. Christine Bello,
No.
Ms. Thomasina Bello,
No.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
No.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
No.
Mr. Bergarelli.
No.
That item fails.
Okay. No. Okay, is there any further discussion on Resolution 2.11? No? Okay, roll call. Roll call.
Roll call on 2.11 as it is. Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Mr. Stewart. Yes. Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello.
Yes.
Okay. Item 2.12, other items, 1 through 3. Okay. So can I have a motion for 2.12?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Ms. Chris,
Are we gonna, I wanted to talk about standing committees memberships, maybe
I can't hear you.
standing committee memberships, number 3? Are you gonna discuss that?
My committee assignments. Okay. Yeah, I made a chart, and I will give everyone a copy. I'd like to make a motion to appoint the following trustees to committee assignments for the 2024-2025 school year.
Point of order, Madam President? This is TBD, or you're doing it now?
I'm doing it now.
Okay, because I'm
Okay.
looking at TBD on it.
Okay. Okay, so for the Personnel Committee, we have Chair Mackenzie Boucher, Trustee Thomasina Bello, and Trustee Philip Howard, Personnel Committee. For the Finance and Audit Committee, the Chair is Fred Stewart, along with John DeRay and Mackenzie Boucher. For the Policy Committee, the Chair is Christine Bello, along with Victoria Boucher and Ramiro Bugarelli. For the Library Committee, we have Letitia Politi as Chair, John DeRay, and Ramiro Bugarelli. For the Curriculum Committee, we have Thomasina Bello as Chair, Christine Bello, and Philip Howard. And for Exceptional Learners Committee, we have Victoria Boucher as Chair, along with Fred Stewart and Letitia Politi. And that's it. Can I have a motion to approve the committee assignments?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I have a question so what you just read is for number 3. Can someone just explain what a Board of Ed member for the NTA Center is? Or like what they do if we volunteer, what that process is?
Mr. Forget.
Thank you, Madam President. For the Newburgh Teacher Center, is that what you're asking? Yes. So the Newburgh Teacher Center Policy Board reviews and considers professional development that's designed and delivered by teachers in our district. The Board of Education member on that team would be one voice on the team to represent Board of Education members in approving those courses.
Is there any further discussion?
I would volunteer for that if no one else wants to.
Are there any other volunteers for that, or? Okay,
Somebody should make a motion to add Mackenzie Boucher as the
okay.
NTC rep.
I'd like to make a motion to add Mackenzie Boucher as our BOE member for the Newburgh Teachers Center.
Roll call.
Point of order. So there's two amendments. So we got to vote on them in order they were on the floor.
Okay.
Motion to amend 212, the standing committees as you stated. That needs a roll call first. So would you like me to call the roll
On the standing.
on the standing committees that you announced for policy and chairs and, okay.
Mm-hmm. So,
Roll call on the amendment for the committees. Ms. Christine Bello?
yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
No.
Mr. Howard?
No.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
That First Amendment passes.
Okay, so now, I need a motion.
Roll call on the Second Amendment.
Roll call on the Second Amendment.
And that would be adding, the NTC rep would be Mackenzie Boucher. Roll call on that amendment. Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? We're calling a roll call on the amendment to add Mackenzie Boucher as the NTC rep from the board. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes. Okay. Item 213,
So now 212 has been amended, so now you need a roll call on as amended for 212, ma'am.
Okay.
Would you like me to call the roll?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
That item as amended passes.
Okay, moving to item 2.13, resolution to approve additional substitute administrators' appointments. 2.13, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Madam President. Is this the only list, or is this an addition to a list?
Yes.
It's an addition to.
So can you give us, how many substitute administrators do we have?
Can we get back to you? I don't want to misrepresent the count.
Okay, so it's just not these three?
It's just not these three. So we utilize administrators for various capacities, absences, hearings, and meetings and things of that sort.
Additional, thank you.
These are additional.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bucarelli?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to motion to amend this resolution to remove Sarah Vaughn's name.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'd like to amend this resolution to remove Sarah Vaughn's name. Sorry, Van, sorry. It's my eye.
Okay, any discussion on that? I need a second, I'm sorry. Discussion? Mackenzie?
I might be following your train of thought. is
Oh, there's
she
no
still
trade here.
employed until like X date? And then is she gonna become an administrator substitute after she is retired? Is my question.
Mr. Forget.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Van has asked for her name to be removed from substituting after
Okay.
she had retired.
Oh, okay.
Easy peasy.
So, a roll call on the amendment, please.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Item 2.14. Okay, I'm sorry. Roll call on the amended resolution.
213 as amended, Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Okay. Item 2.14, resolution to appoint a hearing officers.
So move.
And
Second.
second. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, or a motion to table this item, please. I just want to add more people. I want to, take it out and see if there's more people who might be interested in this job.
Okay. Can I ask for can I ask a question?
Yes.
So to clarify
Point
this.
of order.
Oh, sorry.
There's a motion to table and there's a second.
Do we have to vote?
There's no discussion on tabling, so you would have to vote. Unless somebody wants to pull the motion back, you can't, there's no discussion on the table.
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk?
There's a motion and a second to table.
Correct.
the item. There's no discussion when you have a motion to table.
Okay.
So, are we pulling it back?
You can pull it back if we want to discuss, sure.
Mr. Stewart, you agree? Sure. Okay. Now, so 214 is on the floor. Now you can ask for discussion.
Okay. Discussion, Ms. Boucher, Mackenzie.
So just to clarify, these are hearing officers for internal things that happen in the district? No? Can someone clarify what these are for?
So we used to have a position, and this is done on a per diem basis. If we do not have, I can understand adding two, because we have a lot of hearings. This is for student discipline hearings, but again, irresponsible to not appoint because we have our summer school starting. And if we have any incidents, then we are not able to legally conduct student hearings.
So it's student disciplinary hearings?
Yes.
And Mr. Forget, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you had said we could have an unlimited amount of people for this, they get trained to do it. So I would ask if we could, and I don't know if this is an amendment or what, if we can put out something for other people to apply to do this if they would like to as well, so we can just open up the list.
Mr. Forget?
Member, you can add additional items, additional names at any meeting. It's,
Okay.
as long as they meet the criteria that we
But
need for the work.
The internal process could, for like the cabinet, if you guys can do whatever you need to do to ask if other people would like
Sure.
to be added.
We'll be lucky if we.
I just want to put it out there. If people want to come and do that, they can.
We would love that. These folk who do that, thank goodness for them, because if we didn't have them, we would be really backlogged and we would be against timelines and legal timelines. So these 3-4 individuals who are happily signed up to help us along, we would need additional administrators. We can't find substitute administrators. We can't find administrators to be here, let alone substitutes. So we will absolutely add to the list as the year progresses so we can have additional folks.
Okay. So, any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
214, roll call. Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
I would like to, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I would like to amend the agenda. There is a full audience here, and I believe that they should be heard before we go into executive session. So I'm looking to move down executive session and let public comment on agenda and non-agenda items go first.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Okay, where are we going? All right, wait a minute. Now I'm all messed up, okay. This. Okay, I want people to understand we only have 30 minutes for non-agenda items and 30 minutes for agenda items. That is all until we change some policies on that. But, excuse me, Mr. Howard?
Yes, Madam President, in lieu of the amount of people that are here this evening, and I know a lot of people have probably signed up, I would like to suggest, as a board, that we suspend the rules this evening and let people speak.
Second that.
Okay. For how long, Mr. Howard? Until everyone is heard?
Till they're done.
Okay.
It may not be as many as you think.
Okay. So,
I'd like to make a motion. There's unlimited time for public comment. Unlimited time for public comment.
okay. And Philip Howard seconded it? Okay, roll call on unlimited time for public comment?
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
And Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
So now. I wanted to. I can do that. Okay. I wanted to address a couple of things before we go to public comment. I just want to make clear that the motivation for the new members of this body to run for school board was because we kept seeing information how teacher positions were being cut, 16 teachers' aides were being cut, as well as CSEA employees. We looked at some of the statistics and we saw that we have the lowest graduation rate in the county. Only 10% of students in grades K through 8 do grade level math, and only 20% in K through 8 can read at grade level. We can do better than that, and we will do better than that. But things take some time. We need some patience. Now, I was a little disturbed because I want to address this flyer that was going around on social media, and I don't know who sponsored this, but it's pretty malicious, and I think it's very unfair. I just want to say, on this flyer, it says the newly elected NECSD board members are planning major cuts that will have a devastating impact. These are all fear tactics. And it says, luckily, the outgoing board members had the votes to stop them. Well, somebody tell me differently, but for the last 6 weeks, there has only been 3 members of our majority on this board. We couldn't cut anything. We had just the 3 of us. We need 5 votes to pass anything. We didn't have it. So there's these other things. Oh, this was particularly upsetting. It said the new majority that's coming in plan to dismantle our school system. Now, for the people that know us and know our hearts, they know that the people that know us and know our hearts understand what our motivation was, because we all want to be here to improve the educational system. But for the people that don't know us, when you see something like this or someone passes you something like this, it's completely, you're being hoodwinked. It's not at all what our mission was. I want to make clear, because in this thing it says that we got rid of, we canceled all contracts of principals, and we canceled all the special ed teachers, substitutes, nurses, school counselors, lunch monitors, teachers' aides, and others. So I just want to clarify for you. Can we put resolution 5.2? It's up. Okay, that's 5.2. Can we scroll to the end? 5.2 is a resolution that laid off or didn't fill a lot of positions, CSEA positions. Now, if you look at the end of that resolution, these are the ones to lay off our custodians, painters, personnel, principal typists, on it goes with all our CSEA employees. And please don't anyone ever think they are not, they are as strong, an important cog in the wheel of our success. They may not be teachers, they may not interact directly with students, but they are very important to the success of the district. But if I want to, now this resolution that you see on the screen, this was to lay off all these CSEA workers. And I want you to see the final resolution. The motion carried, and it carried because it was supported by Mr. Howard, Mr. Levenstein, Mr. Duray, Mr. Bugarelli, and Ms. Politti. The people that didn't support laying off and not filling positions for the CSEA was Christine Bello, Fred Stewart, and Victoria Boucher. So what is up on that?
Point of order. You're attacking your own board members.
Hold up.
That's what you're doing.
I am not attacking anyone.
No, you mentioned names.
That was the roll call. That was the roll call.
Okay, so if you're going to mention that, be clear with what you're saying. When that vote was taken, I personally said I supported the budget because I was worried about contingency, and I also stated I didn't agree with everything in the budget, but for the purpose of passing the budget so that we don't go to contingency, that was included. So don't say that we specifically voted that item down, Madam President.
No.
Be clear and don't try to confuse the public, please.
Excuse me, the resolution is up there, okay? That was a result of the vote, and that's all I read. It's public information. I'm not slamming you, I'm telling you the truth, because we are getting slammed with lies.
No, I think what you're
These-
getting, what I think you're getting
these
slammed
are
for,
lies.
Madam President, is the fact that you're allowing outsiders to dictate the actions of the board. And as we realize also in here tonight, some of the requests that were made weren't made by, in fairness to the individuals that sit on this board right now, it wasn't from you. Because as we explained and we have had conversations about it, you were able to understand what was going on. So I'm gonna say, like my grandmother told me one time, never let someone else use you as their whipping stick.
I'm just providing the truth here on these items. Sorry. I'm sorry.
As I am, Madam
Okay. Okay, so now let's go to, this was from the June 27th meeting.
Public comment, we just here. I mean, I thought this was the public comment.
Okay. Now,
Because I can go on about what was on Facebook, put out by you guys, if that's what you want to do.
excuse me.
So don't get up there and do that BS, man.
I'm telling the truth,
I
Mr.
am
Harvey.
too.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
am
sorry.
too.
Give them what they want, Ray. That's what they want. Don't give them that. Give them that. Don't let them talk about it. Give it to them. Public comment. So this is a public comment.
Okay, and then just one other thing I want to clarify. Excuse me, just one other thing I want to clarify about this malicious flyer that was going around. It said that we were firing teachers and teachers' aides and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is, on June 27th, 5.3, the resolution to abolish pedagogical positions in the district was supported by the former majority, which was Mr. Howard, Mr. Levenstein, Mr. DeRay, Mr. Bugarelli, and Ms. Politti. The people that voted against not filling positions for teachers were Christine Bello, Fred Stewart, and Victoria Boucher. So all I want to tell you is you can put all these lies out on the internet, but the truth remains the same. So just don't be hoodwinked on that.
Hoodwinked.
Okay, so now that's enough of my time wasted on that. I just want, for people that don't know me, I want you to know that we are not here to destroy the district like these. I don't even know why they put stuff like that out there. But anyway.
Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. DeRay.
I think, if my memory serves me correct, you did not support the budget, even the second time. Yet the community supported the budget. They voted for it the second time.
It was pretty close, Mr. DeRay.
A win is a win. A win is a win. Okay, if you want to use that argument, there were some of the trustees that were pretty close too. One of them is sitting in the back of the room. He lost. A win is a win. So you can't stand up and say, we have the majority, we have a mandate, and then at the same time say, hey, the budget just squeaked by. A win is a win. More people came out and supported it. You were not amongst them, nor were several people that are new board members. So on one hand, you're saying, hey, we don't support the budget. Then behind us, you're going to talk about us individually about these resolutions were part of the budget. If we didn't pass these, the budget wasn't going to pass. And as far as you getting flyers, saddle up.
Yeah. You don't want to talk about flyers. You don't want to talk about flyers.
You're going to be getting a lot of them. And I'm not on social media.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people here that are coming in response to this flyer, and it's not fair to be saying.
You know what we here for. You don't know what we here for.
Excuse me, I will agree with you. I will agree with you that the social media is unfair, but if you're on it, you got to take the fair with the unfair. I'm not on it. I know Dr. Manning's not on it. But if you think you're going to control social media,
I'm not trying to control it, I'm trying to clarify
Okay.
what was put out there.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay. So good evening, everyone. Before we move into public comments on agenda items and public comments on non-agenda items, I'm going to read to you the boundaries and guidelines of public speaking here. When called to speak, please state your name and address at the beginning of your time. You will have 5 minutes. I will ask that you address your concerns to the board as a whole and not to individual board members. You are to speak in a respectful manner with respectful language at all times. You cannot mention any names of board members, employees, or students of the district.
Let's make it make sense. You want our addresses, but we can't. She's new.
Listen, if you don't want to give your address, give what portion of the district you're from. City of Newburgh, Town of Newburgh, Town of New Windsor, okay? Is that reasonable?
Yep.
Okay.
It's reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have to be your specific number, street, just the area of the district that you're from. Okay, so you, like I said, please don't personally attack anyone. I just want to remind you, especially board members, you know, this is a volunteer position. We volunteer from the goodness of our heart for these positions, and we're not anyone's punching bag. So, and I won't have it. So, we reserve. Excuse me. We reserve the right to remove you from the podium and the meeting if you fail to comply. So please be
Point of order.
respectful.
Can we start public comment, please?
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Howard.
So, Madam President, I think the audience is a little concerned because what you just read, you just did.
Yeah.
So how can you
You know what? Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. What I read is public record. Okay, it's a matter of record. I read how the motion was resolved. I read who voted for it, who voted against it. Okay, so there you go.
The question was called.
No, I don't see it as a contradiction. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to public comment, please.
Public comment on agenda items. I'm calling people as they contacted the clerk's office or signed up on the sheet. The first person signed up to speak on agenda items is Miss Vanessa Nisperos.
Good evening, district leaders and board members. I thank you for your time and attention this evening, and I'm here to speak on agenda items that were on the Thursday 6:27 and Sunday 6:30 special meetings that were illegally noticed. I sent some information across that might not have been printed and distributed in time, so I'll name.
Excuse me, Vanessa. This is on today's agenda items. And then after this, there will be comments from the public on non-agenda items is where you should be speaking.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The next person signed up to speak on agenda items is Mr. David Rain.
Evening. Looking at your agenda tonight, you guys definitely have your hands full. I'm trying to measure my words here in very specifically. As you go through your agenda tonight, I would ask that you give consideration to 4 questions. and this is my request of you throughout your entire term, is this good for the kids? Is this good for the teachers? Is this good for the administration? Is this good for the taxpayers? The previous speaker touched on some things that I don't think all those questions were answered positively. As you go through your motions tonight, there's a lot of learning going on, a lot of groaning going on out behind you. There's going to be growing pains with a new board, but work together on this agenda. I'm asking you, not as the spouse of a teacher, not as a former graduate of NFA. I'm asking you as a member of this community for over 50 years.
Mr. Ryan, what agenda item are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on this agenda in toto.
In total, okay.
In toto, that as you approach this, because we've already seen acrimony amongst you, it does not serve our interests to see you at each other. So if you want to pick one, we can go back to one of the items that we already spoke about. Work together for all of our benefit. That's what we're asking for. That's why all these people are here. They all may have a different agenda, but we all want one thing from you. Work together for the interest of the children, the teachers, the administrators, and the taxpayers. That's it. They're part of the taxpayers, but I'm with you. So I will see you when you have non-agenda items, because there's plenty to say about what went on Sunday.
Okay.
Thank you, and you have a great meeting.
Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak on agenda items is Mr. Dennis Grant. Pass. The next person signed up to speak on agenda items is Ms. Susan Barker.
Non-agenda.
Got it. The next person on agenda items is Mr. Ray Harvey.
Good afternoon, everyone. I get up here all the time and I say, make it make sense. So I want you to tell me, and this is on the agenda item because I watched the president of this board attack board members that are sitting on this board. So tell me how we supposed to work together when you gonna attack them instead of just having conversations. Look, I try to get away from this because I got a lot of more stuff that I need to be done. But it's no way I can sit at home knowing that this board, the first thing that I seen tonight on the agenda was trying to pull the power away from the superintendent. That's the first thing I've seen. And I've been talking about this ever since this educated woman got this appointment. And for some reason, and I need for y'all to explain that to me, why y'all think she ain't qualified. I need for somebody to explain that to me. Because I done had conversations with, I know she's qualified. I'm just a dumb country boy from North Carolina, and I can figure this out. Why can't y'all? And don't come up here, we for the kids. I haven't heard one thing about the kids. The only thing that I heard was attacking our superintendent. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. And I don't know whether this item is on there, but I thought I saw it about this Richard, whoever he is, because I read his thing on Mid-Hudson about bringing him back. Do that, and I guarantee you get a lawsuit. I guarantee you that.
The next person signed up to speak on agenda items is Mr. Ronaldo Santiago. The next person signed up to speak on agenda items is Erica Perez.
It's non-agenda.
Got it. And the last person signed up to speak on agenda items is Miss Melanie Collins.
Melanie
Collins is yielding the balance of her time to me. I'm Aisha Mills. Some of you have met me before, and I do want to comment on the actual agenda items for today. I want to start by acknowledging that for the preparation of this agenda, I watched Sunday's short board meeting, and there was a board member who made it very clear that her agenda for this agenda was going to be to undo everything that had been done last week. So coming into this meeting with the spirit of putting forth an agenda that's supposed to be productive, when you already have a board member that said that they were going to undermine it, first of all, it's problematic. We saw this
Point of
play out.
order. Excuse me. What is your agenda item?
My agenda item are all of the ones that you just went through, okay? To sit here and to watch the conversation around the budget, to echo Ray, really be about undermining and handicapping this administration's ability to do its job, to make fiscal decisions about what happens when an air conditioner breaks down, about how they're going to have professional development, is not only just, in my opinion, short-sighted on behalf of the people who have been elected to represent and do right by our young people, but it gives me grave concerns that this agenda, the rest of the items, which are about personnel and other things, is not, the conversations are actually not going to happen in earnest in a way that is about what's best for our children, because they're clearly about the objective that some of you have under the cloak of fiscal responsibility, which is really about rescinding power from this administration. You are trying to make the first Black woman superintendent of this district pack her bags and go. And Dr. Manning has more credentials than any of you, and it would be a travesty for this agenda today to continue to be botched in the way that it has been. Because those of you who want to have point of orders and want to have discussion that ultimately ends in you looking like the fool, which is why you then go on and support the measure that you wanted to question. If we do this until 1 o'clock in the morning, you're just going to continue to prove why we need her and we don't need you. So I would just invite you all to consider, as you are preparing the agenda, to not come here with the spirit of undermining it, right? And stating that for the record on the minutes. And to actually create an agenda that's about conversation around our kids, which I will also echo Ray, I have yet to hear from any of you.
Point of process, I just wanted to ask if I could reclaim my 5 minutes to speak on agenda items, since I was speaking on the same thing she was allowed to, regarding the motion that's going to be made later.
Vanessa, one moment. Is there anyone else, before we go to non-agenda items, is there anyone else for an agenda item? Okay.
Can this bend or should I go to asylum? Okay, thank you. My name is Tracy. I live in the city of Newburgh in the Barracks. That's what I'm going to say. So the specific agenda item that I have is 2.12, number 3, the Board of Ed Standing Committee's membership for 2024 to 2025 TBD. So my question is that because I know we're not supposed to say names, but you had introduced a document today, and that I don't know if the public was allowed to have their 24 hours to see the committees that were supposed to be on that specific committees, because it said TBD, and it wasn't amended until after the committees were made. And Mr. Howard had asked, because it said TBD, and then you had stated the committees. My question on that agenda item is that I don't understand how it was amended if it said TBD, and it wasn't amended before you had brought out the document?
Because it's up to the president to appoint the committees, and that's what we did.
Right, but it said TBD on this one. It didn't have the document from which you were appointing them?
Because they were just announced.
They were announced just today.
Yes. I mean, we just don't want to, we just want to get everything moving so we can get working.
Right, but the question was that, because it said TBD, were you supposed to give notice for those committees, and were the public allowed to look at those committees?
Not
For
that
the-
I know of.
For 24 owners for that particular, because it said TBD, and the document wasn't, like, usually you add documents on the side that you're going to be looking over, the committees you're gonna be looking over. And so the question was that why wasn't the document added and it said TBD? And if you had your committee set, why wasn't it on the agenda?
See, I have my own agenda.
It wasn't on the agenda, it was TBD. As Mr. Howard had questioned you about why weren't your committees that you had in here, it was TBD, but your committees were not on the agenda.
We do have copies for everyone that wants the copies of the committee assignments. So we can pass them out, whatever. Okay, it wasn't required. It's the president that sets this up, and I think I was very fair in doing the committees.
Well, Mr. Howard wasn't given that list, and he was just told today.
Because it's my choice.
You just.
Point of order, please.
Mr. DeRay.
I'm going to look for Mr. Howard and previous members. I thought last year we changed the rules and voted on them, that committees were selected by the board, no longer by the president, only with the president's input. So tonight, you put all those committees together. I haven't read my email all day, but maybe I got them, maybe I didn't. But I don't believe that's according to the current rules.
That's what I was told, so, okay. Well, can you pause this lady's time, please? Okay, Mr. Howard?
Yes, Madam President. So you just said that's where you were told.
That's what I.
Hold on. By who? And whoever told you that gave you erroneous information.
No.
Because if you look at, if you look at the board policy with regards to committees, you'll see that what you just said is not correct.
That's what I thought it was. I mean, I made a mistake, but no. That's what in just talking to like my niece and everything, that's how I perceived the policy to be.
The police?
Christine, my niece.
She was on the board at the time?
She is.
So she knows the policies of the board?
She has seen
So somebody who wasn't sworn in told you the policies of the board?
No.
You said.
No, I didn't say that.
You said you were told by your niece.
No, I didn't.
You didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Okay, because it's on video, so.
Just in discussions, we
Point of
talked
order.
about it.
Can I make a comment? Can
Certainly.
Mr. Shaw or someone in administration advise the policy number for voting on committees? And if it states that it's just by a vote of 5 that it needs to be passed, or if it needs to be discussed and then passed after? Can someone please clarify the point?
But before we get to the policy, I want to tell you what the practice has been. When I first arrived, I met with board leadership, and we took a look together at the committees and looked at folks' strengths to see who should be appointed to which committee. It should not be a singular decision, particularly when we're trying to be collaborative. And I know that some of it is also about having folks with experience lead committees, and that way some of the experience could help in terms of the lens. But when I first came in, the board president and vice president, we looked at the committee structure together and together selected or worked with who would be the best members. Let me start again. When I first arrived, the board president and the vice president, during my first year, we met collaboratively and we selected the committees The committees were selected, they were shared with the trustees, and there was some conversation. So that's what occurred year one.
And also just to, I think, note what Tracy's point was, did there need to be 24 hours notice to this TBD? I don't know who this question is supposed to be directed at, but was there supposed to be 24 hours notice of the committee assignments? Or once selected by the board and voted on, they exist and it doesn't need to be 24 hours notice? Can someone just please clarify that point?
Can we have that policy pulled up? It's over here, just so happens. Yeah, just give me a moment. Okay, so last year, it had been that the president would make the appointments, and that policy was changed sometime during the course of last year. So at this point, committee members are appointed by a quorum vote of the board, so that's at least 5 votes. So tonight, there was a recommendation of names for each of the committees, and then there was a vote. The issue of having 24 hours agenda notice would go to whether or not this matter would be addressed at a board meeting. This isn't a matter where you're talking about looking at text and studying text. It's a matter of certain names being proposed for the committees and then a board vote on the committee. So it was rightly on the agenda. If there was some misunderstanding about the authority of the president to make the appointments, that might have been true last September, not after the amendment of December 12, 2023. Nevertheless, the board, the quorum of the board will make these appointments. They've been set at the meeting thusly as tonight, and if there are to be any changes, it would be the quorum of the board that would make changes in an event.
So to clarify, we operated correctly within the policy.
Quorum of the board voted for the members who are on the committees.
Okay, Stacy, you can go ahead. Oh, I thought you had more comments. Okay.
I mean, that clarification, because I thought that the committees were decided by the board members and not by the president. So that was what my clarification was on the 24-hour notice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Mr. Okay. Are we all finished with, we're all done with agenda items, right? So we're going to non-agenda items.
The first person signed up to speak on non-agenda items is Ms. Deboulay.
Deboulay, Newburgh. On Thursday, 6/27/2024, there were several concerning statements made regarding the district's reading program that I am here to dispute. I also request that a written record of my comments, which I will submit at the end of the statement, be included by the board clerk in the minutes of the meeting. There is a lot to be said about the issues with the current reading program, but I today am focusing on ARC-IRLA, which the board just spent $284,500 to renew. Let's start with the metrics that are flawed in the color-coded leveling system. This system produces data that is useless. For example, a student can be on a reading level from June 1st to June 25th, and then it changes the outcome to the next level on June 26th. Over the years, these levels have changed. Originally, for example, to end first grade, students were expected to be at a 1B. Now it's a 1R. Pushing the grade level expectations down skews the universal data. Teachers have witnessed a drop of up to 14% in their students' reading level between June 25th, the day that the report cards are printed, and June 26th, the day the cards are sent home. Coaches have indicated to teachers that they should have the most of their students entered in the first week of June for the final data. So how is changing that benchmark on the last day accurate? Next, let's talk about the contention about the science of reading. The science of reading has empirically proven that research in neuroscience and literacy that Scarborough rope is the model that best represents the brain's process when learning to read and comprehend. ARC itself has presented Scarborough rope in its coaching sessions. There's a continuum for achieving each of the strands, and it begins with word recognition. That includes phonological awareness. It includes syllables. These are foundational skills that lead to then decoding, and then there's phonics, and it goes on and on. Decoding is foundational to sight words in the Scarborough rope. These foundational skills are extremely important, and it is the contention of many teachers throughout this district and some who have left the district that ARC needs to be supplemented in these areas because it's relying on outdated understandings of reading that are not updated to the science of reading and are extremely flawed for leveling students. ARC-ERLA was a good idea in that it's a reading database, but if the data teachers are entering is based on outdated information, the system is useless. ARC claims to follow the science of reading, yet the ERLA, which you just paid for, is measuring based on outdated categories. Instead of following Scarborough's rope, it includes things like vocabulary, comprehension, print concepts. The point is that the strands of Scarborough's rope don't match these assessments. Perhaps most importantly, another analysis is the comparison of these foundational skills from ARC to the state standards. For K2, only 54% of the foundational skills required by New York State are represented in ARC-ERLA. This means that there are 17 standards missing between K2 foundational skills. What does that mean for our students when teachers are told that they must use ARC with fidelity and are told that they can't supplement the program? When the reading program omits 46% of reading foundational standards in K2 and the teachers are told they can't add to it, it's no wonder we have the scores that we do. Rather than rely on a reading program that's outdated, the district must allow its teachers to supplement as needed and must cease from telling teachers that they must be forced to use ARC. The district should stop buying ARC as soon as possible and instead use that money to educate its teachers in the science of reading. The advances made in the past 5 years are so important that across this nation, districts are being required to ensure that teachers are re-educated. The governor of New York requires teachers to comply with the science of reading. We need to make up our minds that if what we're going to do is fake or if it's real science of reading. Teachers understand the district stuck with the investment it has made in ARC, which is not alone in having an outdated program. However, to continue to make statements that gaslight your teachers like they just don't understand a program that is clearly remaking itself almost twice a year to keep up is disingenuous. And worse than that, to have board members and central office staff tell them they must use it with fidelity is literally standing in the way of literacy. Ms. Hobbs, I need to give this to Mr. McCoy. I'll leave it here for you, Mr. McCoy. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak on the non-agenda items is Ms. Vanessa Nisporos.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Nisperos. I'm a resident of the city of Newburgh in Ward 3 and I'm a mother of 2 Heritage Middle School students. I shared with you all via Mr. McCoy information from Fair Meeting Law, specifically the amendment to sunset teleconferencing today. Any teleconferencing communication must be noticed publicly 72 hours in advance. I verified with Ms. Cassie Sklarz that the meeting that was held on Sunday was not notified until Friday at 12:30, which was 48 hours and not 72 hours in advance. The second requirement of Fair Meeting Law in regards to teleconferencing is that posting must be made on the board website. If we are to concede that the board website is the NESD board page where meetings are listed, it was not and still is not listed on that page. Third, even if the meeting was legally noticed, which it was not, the amendment by Governor Hochul specifically states that conferencing to public meeting locations, as spelled out in the paragraphs I sent you, is not a valid use of teleconferencing for the purpose of a public meeting. So for that reason, Ms. Paletti's participation in the meeting was invalid, and for that reason, I ask the board to vacate those 3 positions that were approved. I found it very interesting that the board went out of their way to allow Ms. Paletti to conference in, yet refused to open public comments, even though myself and over 12 parents emailed with specific concerns that we wanted to bring up in public comments. I was emotional at the Sunday meeting and police were called. I will not call out any specific members of the board, but I would hope that any person on this board would not actually cause a threat of police violence to any parent who wants to speak their free mind on this district property. At no time did I curse or yell or threaten violence to anyone. At no time did I present as a threat of harm to anyone here. I have worked for 20 years in youth services, including crisis mental health, and I have never had to call the police on any students that I've worked with. Superintendent Manning Campbell, I want what all parents want in this district: an increase in our reading outcomes and graduation rates, an increase in teacher satisfaction and retention, and long-term change towards an engaged and friendly district. The contention that is being put forth on this body now is not acceptable. It's reflected in this audience here, and it's reflected in the board member that I spoke to on Sunday. When I stated to him, this is not a black and white issue, this is not a Republican and Democrat issue, he said it surely is, and that's how they're making it out to be. There is no way that parents can be fully engaged and participate and be respected if that contention is being perpetuated from this board out through social media, flyers, etc. Last, there were comments that I tried to share on Thursday and I was cut from time. I thank you all on the board for opening up comments today and not cutting time. What I intended to share Thursday was that there were several instances of gross incompetence and neglect on the part of the finance superintendent. On multiple occasions, she failed to make freely available public documents that are legally required to be posted. Okay? That's okay, I'll go to my other comments. And sir, I will not talk over your comments, I promise you that. I really hope that this board will consider enacting policies that will make it easier for the working parents of this district to participate. And I ask you to put forth any amendments that would allow 1, 5 business days prior to the date of voting, rather than just the 24-hour notice for any budget requirements that come before this board. 2, open public comments to allow all voices to be heard, just as you did for this meeting, to end the 30-minute public comment count going forward. 3, that the district provides and budgets for childcare for working parents who want to be here as part of these meetings, and for any special meeting and any district-wide events, that be budgeted for and provided by the district. And 4, that the budget provides translation services and any language needed for parents and taxpayers to attend and fully participate in board meetings, special meetings, and district-wide events, to be facilitated with the 24-hour notice to the point person for whatever meeting or district-wide event it is that is being convened. I also wanted to, we're not allowed to name names, but I wanted to congratulate a upcoming deputy superintendent for being selected, and that congratulations will be forthcoming when we can't say people's names at one of these comments. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak on non-agenda items is Mr. Ryan Lamar.
Ryan Lamar, New Windsor. Good evening. On May 11th, 2024, I submitted a written complaint to the superintendent of NECSD about the ARC reading program, citing facts about its peer review by the Reading League, amongst other things. Receipt of the complaint was verified by a senior staff member via email. According to NECSD BOE Policy 1420, complaints about curricula or instructional materials. The Board of Education recognizes its responsibility for the selection of instructional materials. The board expects district teachers and administrators to recommend books and other materials in accordance with sound educational principles and practices, and to use them effectively in the classrooms. However, the board also recognizes the right of community members to voice concerns and/or complaints regarding the implementation of a particular curriculum and/or instructional material. Any criticism of instructional materials that are in the schools that cannot be resolved informally shall be submitted in writing to the superintendent of schools. An instructional material review committee consisting of an administrator, a librarian, a teacher, and a parent of a student enrolled in the district will be designated by the superintendent to investigate and judge the challenged material. The committee shall make recommendations to the superintendent concerning the disposition of the complaint, and the superintendent will issue a decision. This decision may be appealed to the board, and the decision of the board shall be final. 7 weeks have now passed without any response from the Board of Education or superintendent as to when or how the policy will be enforced. As a taxpayer and community member, I'm here to put this on the record and would like it to be included in the Board of Education minutes for this meeting. I'll leave it. I will submit the original email and its follow-up complaint. Clearly, there's a problem with this program for people to be putting themselves and their jobs on the line. I myself have read countless articles about what is happening in reading, and I have to say I was dismayed to have board members and cabinet members alike seemingly making light of what is a national issue. Governor Hochul is mandating the science of reading via her Back to Basics plan, which I believe this school district is going to have to report plans for soon. The New York State fiscal year 2025 budget is expanding micro-credentialing programs, and 20,000 teachers will be trained. Will Newburgh be missing out on this? New Paltz began a literacy plan in 2022 to address current research that included a district viewing of the right to read for all faculty and staff and a collaboration with teachers K through 5 to update their reading curriculum. In our district, teachers and administrators who attempted to supplement and update their curriculum are retaliated against. What is driving this? Every child has the right to read. As board members, the conversation you're having about reading must be elevated and updated. It is clear that there is reticence to acknowledge the teachers and administrators that have been working on this already. Therefore, I'm going to suggest that you contact the Reading League New York chapter and ask them to sit down with you. According to their website, the Reading League does not sell curriculum programs or assessments. They act as knowledge brokers, equipping educators and administrators with the expertise to become critical consumers in the curriculum marketplace. The Reading League wrote the definition for the science of reading. I will submit their contact information with these remarks. Lastly, I'm going to say that the gaslighting and disciplining of your staff and community members that are merely trying to help our students read must cease. We all know it had nothing to do with reading, and that just because you can doesn't mean you should have. It's time for us to elevate on behalf of the students and stop using our positions of power in the continued vendetta wars of Newburgh. It's time to move on and admit where mistakes have been made. Too much is on the line. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Mr. David Rain.
I would ask that I be given the opportunity to speak after our Honorable Mayor, Mr. Torrance Harvey. And I would ask that after he speaks, when he speaks, he's given a full time, and if he needs a few more minutes than 5, because I think what he has to say is very important, and then I would like to have my chance to speak.
It's first come, first served, sir.
All right, so I'm going to make my time short then. What I saw on Sunday was ridiculous. The way I was spoken to by a sitting board member was ridiculous. To embarrass myself in front of about my daughter, about who I came here to complain about, ridiculous. Cuckoo, if you want. You chastise me for using that word? Cuckoo. I will give the rest of my time to Mr. Harvey, because
That's not allowed, sir.
then I can't yield the remaining of my time to the Honorable Mayor of Newburgh.
Not according to the board policy, sir.
Well, then I would petition the board president to honor the mayor of Newburgh here and permit him to speak.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Mr. Ryan, we have a long list of people signed up.
I think the mayor takes deference.
The next person signed up to speak is Mr. Ray Bergarelli.
Thank you. Board members are typically elected for a 3-year term that ends on June 30th, not a day less because new members are elected. Our voices are still valid for the whole of that term. So the idea that the voters have spoken is a little misleading. We still have a voice in how we think we should vote. A member of the public said we should ask ourselves, how is it good for the students, teachers, and community when considering making a decision? How is not allowing teachers, district employees to retire, return from leave, or resign good for the students, teachers, or community? That's what these new seated members did. They never asked questions about why these people should be allowed to return. They just downvoted it. How is continually abstaining from voting good for the students, teachers, or communities? As a board member, it's your responsibility to vote. Abstaining is not to be used because you don't like the subject matter or your constituents will be unhappy with your vote, or worse, you are unprepared for a meeting. How is not being prepared for meetings good for students, teachers, and community? We have new board members who have said they don't read the agenda. They don't have time because they work. How is that good for the students, teachers, and community? They talk about fulfilling their obligations to the district. How is downvoting hiring speech therapists fulfilling those duties? How is downvoting assigning principals for school buildings fulfilling those duties? No questions were asked again as to the qualifications of these individuals, just downvoted. Every day a new principal can get to make sure their building is ready for the upcoming school year is crucial to success for the start of that year. Downvoting supporting the ARC reading program. It's our reading program. It takes time for a fully implemented means all schools, administrators, and teachers are using the program. Excuse me. No reading program is perfect. Talk to any teacher and they will agree. So ours is augmented where the professionals see fit. What knowledge or expertise do these new board members have to downvote it? Have they even asked themselves, or better yet the administration, how long and how much money it takes to find a new program? How long and how much money to train the teachers and administrators to use this new program when they don't want to approve any professional development or trips?
Right.
To fully implement that reading program. That program, then, the new program, will have to flush out the inadequacies to find out what other programs we have to bring in to fill the holes for all the different kids we have to service in this district. These new members downvoting the findings and recommendations of a hearing officer for the future of an employee. New members that don't have all the info because they haven't been here to hear it. Even their handlers, those who quit on the board and the community, voted that the employee acted improperly. The employee in question demanded the hearing take place in public with a hearing officer. Now they don't like the outcome. So they've rallied these new members to support them. When facts, not social media posts, not a personal relationship, facts do these new members have that should override the recommendation of the hearing officer. We've had 3 different superintendents in a short amount of time. Change takes time. Their vision takes time. We do a disservice to them when we don't support them to the best of our ability to see this vision. Stop liking or disliking the people up here. You won't like everyone up here. But listen to the decisions that are being made and how they set our district back. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Miss Erica Perez.
Good evening. I'm here not just as a parent, but as a tax-paying citizen. I'm here because in the number of years that I have been a voting, tax-paying citizen of this district, I've seen amazing things happen. So I don't want people to constantly say that I'm always against the agenda, because I'm not. We have had an amazing district throughout the years and over the years. But over recent terms, I have had to see things get passed that were not in the best interest of children in this district, that have soured my views, that have forced me to step up and become an advocate and to speak for the children in this district who do not have a voice, to speak for their families who do not have the opportunity or maybe even the ability, the language to stand up for their child or their child's rights. I want to address something that did happen on Sunday after the meeting. I was addressed and asked, where have I been for 18 years? This is not only an awful thing to say to a parent because you don't know anybody's home life situation. You don't know what I have gone through, what my children have gone through. You don't know anybody's story or backstory. So let me explain where I have been for the past 18 years. Over these years, not only have I been a voting taxpayer, but I have parented my 5 children. I have been a foster parent for a number of children in our district. I have actively advocated for a number of families in this district. I have continuously donated to our schools, our sports programs, and families within the district who are in need. And trust me, I don't have a whole lot to give. But I teach my children to help others and help their community, to stand up for those who do not have a voice. During the peak of COVID-19, where I was providing respite service for children who were removed from their families and removed from homes, but there was no foster home to send these children to. So in my very tiny home, I had 8 children at one time. I personally went to the city of Newburgh PD to pick up children. My family and I have adopted families for the holidays, have gone personally to deliver these items to these children, and these families have gone with school nurses and staff to support our community. I will not continue to list the things that I have done because, trust me, the list does go on. But during these years, during all these times, have also suffered difficulties. And I still wanted to instill the robust and positive community values in my children and those who I came in contact with. All throughout COVID, I never once closed my doors, and I always provided services and support for any child who crossed my path, not just in my home, but also in my daycare. That being said, in recent years, I have experienced very negative experiences, so this is why I stand forward. In a CSE meeting, I was told by a chair, "Really? Your son doesn't look autistic?" Somebody please on this board explain to me what an autistic child is supposed to look like, because I don't know. It is a spectrum disorder, and the last time I checked, they do not have a stamp on their forehead. 1, as I am, and I'm trying to keep myself composed, sorry, because this does truly infuriate me because my father himself, God rest his soul, was an advocate to the day he died. So on 3 different occasions, I have gone through chairs, superintendents, supervisors, and the list will go on. My daughter was declassified after just merely a year. She was found dyslexic, and I had to pay because the district refused to acknowledge my request. The same chair told me, "She's just a girly girl who's into tutus and bows. That's all that's on her mind." My child ended up 3 years behind in reading, and then I was told that it was my fault because I chose to put her in the dual language program. Who does that or says that to a parent? That was just another incident. Again, the list does go on.
It's 5 minutes. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Mr. Dennis Grant.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Grant, City of Newburgh. Here we are, chaos over community, right? 2 things can be true. We can have a respected, competent school district and improve the reading and graduation levels year by year. Yes? Yes. But how, when we have this school board of apparently powerless individuals in the real world on this board to apparently coalesce power in our Newburgh and Large City School District community? You can't be an adult on a school board successfully governing children and not perform well playing nice with others on the school board. You can't sound tough and control but are feeble and in mental emotional trauma. You have people, real or not, chirping away, revealing their school board issues on social media, but are reticent when spoken to face. You have people fighting to keep teachers more than teachers union, and I'm gonna say it, more than teachers union after they agreed to their contract. Shame on the teachers union for not being more vocal concerning the budget and their contract. Why is that? Teachers cuts? Nah, more like teachers retired with a sweet retirement package. Now, don't get me wrong, I love teachers. My mother's a teacher. When I told my mother 60-something teachers retired in my school district and received a 50% of their salary retirement package as an incentive, my mother, who taught for 35 years, said, woo, I would have taken that deal as well. So I don't begrudge the teachers at all. I begrudge the local bobblehead pundits who use this as a talking point to take shots at this administration. Shame on you. I wanted to give this school board grace after the OPEG Transparent Alliance thing. I don't know what it was called. I wanted the new members to receive training so they can temper their actions with being educated properly by the New York State School Board Association. But last week's meeting gave me concern. With the apparent energy during their campaign to ensure votes in their respective community and witnessing via YouTube for fabricated transparency of some of the new members on this board, I do not believe this school board in 2024 has the bandwidth to address the ills of our district. That word transparency, boy oh boy, it's refried more than beans. They want you to be transparent, they want you to be transparent, but they're not transparent. They simply want, in turn, the superintendent out, her cabinet out, David Shaw out, or walking on eggshells. Why? Be transparent. Is it the removal of overall competency for the district? There is a cost of competency everywhere you go. Would new qualified or new quality teachers come here with this chaos? I don't think so. Will the new board create an incompetent administration to blame for the mishaps? We'll see. Me boss of superintendent. Me boss of superintendent. Build a working relationship first. Can we agree this school board has a lot of cleaning up to do? Yes. But you don't think this individual right in front of us is more than qualified and competent to superintend the cleanup? Our superintendent now is, I'm gonna say it, our superintendent now is better than the previous one. And no knock to the men here, but the women here are competent rock stars. Rock star, rock star, rock star, rock star. Talking about the women. Or is it having the ability to insert favorable cronies to do the bidding of the few, like winning monetary lawsuits? Because no one votes, no one cares, we won't get pushback. That stops. This small town approach with our complex school district must end. Always remember, this school district is unique in the city, town of Newburgh, New Windsor. I'm just gonna say this, we have wonderful teachers, administrators, and staff who are concerned about our children. So let our go-backs, our scholars, be the true currency of our community and be stamped with this Latin word called e pluribus unum.
Mr. Grant, your time has expired. Thank you for your comments.
The next person signed up to speak is Susan Barker.
I am a total newcomer. I've lived in the town of Newburgh for 8 years, and the first school board Board of Education meeting I went to was on Sunday. And that's because I saw something online that said it was a special meeting and it was to approve the contracts for 3 people. And I looked at the salaries. And I looked online, and it looked like one person 5 years ago started at $110,000, and now their salary is over double. I came here to find out the truth today, because a lot of stuff online is not right. So, I don't know what the going rate is for pay. I never pay the cheapest for anything, because it always winds up costing more. If someone's pay has doubled in 5 years, how was that determined? How was their pay rate determined?
This is not a question and answer session.
Oh, all right. Okay. Then okay, perhaps. They knew coming in, you hit these milestones. This is how your pay will graduate. The main reason, it seemed kind of funny, because it seemed like the old board wanted to get their friends in. Nobody was allowed to talk, and a board member said there's no expectation going forward that the Board of Education, new leadership, will be filling these positions with qualified personnel. I thought that was very odd. I thought that was a strange thing to say, like the new board doesn't care. And it just seemed funny that it seemed like this was last minute, under the radar, the new board isn't going to do it, so we're going to make sure our buddies get in there. That's what it appeared, and that's why I came today, and that's why I came on Sunday. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up to speak is Ray Harvey.
I never play nice in the sandbox. We done with that. Good afternoon again, everyone. Let's speak on non-agenda items. Let's start with that young lady that was up here, because the NAACP, not the young lady just sat down, I forgot her name, Vanessa. So we had a forum, right, over at the church. She sat right in front of me. After the forum was over with, instead of her approaching me to find out who I am and how long I've been on the board, people started sending me Facebook pages of people saying that I voted for Padilla. I wasn't even on the board. I was not even on the board, right? So when we talk about Facebook, that's why I got off social media. I have no social media page. And when I heard people talk about, false information being put out, that's all I was getting. People were sending me, and I'm like, but I didn't respond, right? Because everything was about, this young lady in front of me said the school board members wanted to get their buddies in. No, we want to get qualified candidates in. Because I can tell you right now, and I don't know whether y'all know it or not, but that gentleman there getting ready to leave us. And we're going to sorely miss him. And I can tell you that right now. Right now, I can tell you that. And when you got chaos, let's talk about money. Because when you got chaos, I'm not coming to your chaos when I can go somewhere else and make way more money with less chaos going on. That's a fact. I talked to superintendents from Cornwall, from Pine Bush to Valley Central. I talked to most all the superintendents. So I know what their staff is making. If you want garbage, you pay for garbage. If you want qualified candidates, you got to pay for qualified candidates. We got a district, and this is the problem that puzzles me, because the superintendent that is sitting here now with her staff, well, you been here 2 years, 3 years? 2 years. Now, if anybody in here can tell me that what's happening in this district happened 2 years ago, that it wasn't going on. So we ain't giving their staff enough time to show improvement. This ain't no instant grits. This is hard work, man. And then for people to talk about the old board, well, I was on that board for a couple months. And to understand how the board operates, you need to be on that side of the table, right? Because it's a lot of things that you can't say and you can't do, right? And then let's talk about the police being called. My brother from another mother got reported because somebody feel threatened about him that was on the board. And then the following meeting that we had, because 20 black people showed up and Hispanics, the police was called. That is true. You sit there and tell me that's not true. I was here. And your board member, your president, sat up there and said he feels threatened. That's why he had the police here. You can go on record. It's in record. So don't say it's not true, because I know it's true, because I was here. So when people talk about calling people on and then the following week, we had, we had teachers that was overcrowded in here. People's all outside. People shouting from the seats, and everything was good. Everything was good. Say that again? There you go, my brother. See, so I'm going to leave you with that.
The next person signed up to speak is Ronaldo Santiago.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. It seems that this has been a raucous night. I just want to say I was in attendance of that meeting on Sunday. I have full confidence in the choices that the superintendent made. My issue is not the choices. My issue was the process. Now, if anyone remembers the previous meetings, I believe it was on Thursday, were the first time that those points were brought for a vote. And that vote, we learned at that meeting, was early. The selections or the spots had not been made public for 24 hours. It was a point of process, and those points had to be tabled due to that fact. Now, with that being known, while I know that the superintendent spoke of, I believe, and I could be completely mistaken, 23 or somewhat candidates, and there was a vetting process. That being said, if the appointments were only made less than 24 hours public, then there is also a pool that we had not looked at. There was a pool of outside candidates. Now, understanding that these appointments were not time sensitive, it made the process, it was not good for the optics of the process. Again, I've had several conversations with members of this board, and due to those conversations, I have confidence in your choices. But the way the process was conducted cheapened the selections. It fomented the ability to call for nepotism. If the process was filled, let the let the appointees stand on their merits, and I believe they can. Again, I've had plenty of intelligent conversations, and I look forward to further conversations on the technology and this school board, because I truly believe that the members of the school board want the same thing that the public wants, and that is to maximize and optimize our resources in pursuit of the education of our children. But we have to do the processes right. We have to do the processes with full transparency to garner the trust of the public. One thing I can say I'm happy about, I'm happy to look back at a full gallery, because as a lot of people sitting here know, it's usually been for the past couple of weeks, it's been myself and maybe one or two other folks that will stay here for these things. I really hope that I keep on seeing this full gallery. This is great. Because my other point is, giving credit where credit is due, we have done a lot as a district to help, and I'm going to stump here a little bit for Spanish speakers, for people who speak English as a second language. We still have a gap to fill in that we still have to live translate these proceedings. We need that to bring more people in. We need more people from the community to be involved. This is great. We can do better. It's as if we've run a marathon, we've run a great race, and the last 50 yards, we kind of stopped and started to stroll. Because on one side, I know the diligent work of the technology department, I know the diligent work of the equities department, and they say we need money, we need better sound systems and whatnot. And then in the next conversation, I hear, well, we have money as a district. We have this money. We have this money. But this problem has obviously existed. When COVID happened, I know we had federal funds in order to facilitate remote learning. How did that affect those families that perhaps did not understand because there was no translation? I also thank this board for opening up this comment process. As I have said before, I will stump on this podium again. There should be a comment section before executive session and after the executive session. Let's get the public involved. Communication takes work. Communication takes work. Not yelling at each other, not kicking each other when people make mistakes. We need to converse, put our heads together, and make solutions. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Charlotte Burks. Starlet? Starlo. I apologize. Thank you, I apologize. I couldn't see the first initial.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Burks. I'm a City of Newburgh resident. Hold on one moment. I'm just going to read something. Last week, I attended the meeting, and I thought about my vote and who I voted for, and I began to recall the platform some of you new board members were running on. I believe the phrase was something like clear coalition choice. The 3 C's is interesting. It is a term sometimes referred to as a clear coalition committee and is indeed associated with the Ku Klux Klan. This phrase was used by the Klan in the early 20th century. Okay. No.
No, she can't say that. That incites violence.
It doesn't incite violence, but it's
It
okay.
does.
It's okay.
It does.
It's okay. It's okay. It is interesting that you are opposing a female superintendent of color who holds a doctorate. She is by all means a highly educated woman. Her executive cabinet members are also highly educated, and one also holds a doctorate. And there is more. The majority of those you are targeting are also men and women of color. So far, issues you are voting down and people you have voted against are also of color or support of students of color. Please know this, and it is a promise. We are here we are watching and we are showing up. Because as community members, as tax-paying community members, as a parent of children, not just representing my own child, but every child that attends the Newburgh City School District, this right here, this board is not everyone's choice. But once again, this is what we have. And the transparency, there is none. When it comes to finances, yes, finances are important, but above all that, my child's education is important. So when you're voting down things such as a reading program that some schools just fail to work with, that's a problem to me. When you're voting down hiring this one, letting this one go, doing this, doing that, whatever contract the NTA has, that's what the NTA agreed to. So you can't say anything else. You can be upset about it, but that's what works for them. So when you come here, let's do our homework. Let's come here prepared, because some of the things I've heard tonight was just blown out of water. Some of the things that wanted to be voted down was like, oh, let's vote this down. Then when it came back around, no, we're okay with it. That uncertainty and that unclarity within the board that some people chose is ridiculous, because this board does not represent every student and every person. You guys have a motive. You guys have a target, and you're doing what exactly you are set out to do. Continue the prison to pipeline thing for Black and brown people, and it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys lack. Our students lack because you guys lack. You guys all want to talk about education and being, coming prepared. You guys lack the same thing. But yet you want to sit up here and you want respect from a community that you don't respect. You want respect from parents that you shun, because guess what? We don't look the color. We don't have, and it is, I'm sorry, there's white supremacy. But we don't look like you, so that's a problem. That's a problem for you guys. And if that's the way you felt and that was your real motive, why did you run? Why did you want to come and represent our children as if we couldn't represent our children? It gets emotional, and you can look at me and nod your head and da-da-da-da-da, but it's emotional because my son's life is at stake. I'm at stake. I pay into this district just like you. So when I come here, I want to know where every dollar going. I don't want to sit here every night till 10:30, 12 o'clock at night because y'all don't know what y'all doing. Y'all ain't on one accord. That's y'all issue, not ours. We come here, we want to go through the agenda, say our public comments, and go home just like y'all. And I'm sorry for the ones who got to sit here and deal with y'all ignorance because y'all don't know what y'all doing. And now we become the punching bag, and our kids become the punching bag because y'all don't know what y'all doing. Have a nice night.
The next person signed up to speak is FC Cordero. Okay, we'll move on. The next person signed up to speak is Torrance Harvey.
Madam President, Superintendent Dr. Manny Campbell, the executive staff, school board members. I first want to say that, again, I'm speaking as a taxpayer, a father, a husband, resident of 33 years in the city of Newburgh. And, congratulations to those newly elected officials. I know it was a rough night, especially if it's your first day. Welcome to the party. I know a little bit about being an elected official. And you've had a tough crowd here. I said this on Thursday, and I'm going to say it again. Our nation is polarized. Our nation is polarized from the top down to the local level. You have a magical moment. You have a magical opportunity to bring unity to this community. That's what I want to see personally. That's what I would like to see as the mayor of the city. Let's bring unity to this community. You have some very, very talented individuals in your executive team, starting with the superintendent and her cabinet. They're very competent individuals. Have deference, have patience, look, learn, and listen. There were some missteps with Robert's Rule of Order tonight. That happens, right? It takes time, right? So know and understand that this magical moment, you have an opportunity to meet the magic in democracy. Meet the magic with civility, with respect for one another. Let's come together. We saw some, compromising going on, some good democracy. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We can disagree with civility and respect. And David, thank you for trying to defer the remaining of your time to the mayor of the city. We gotta come together, y'all. One of the things that Judy Kennedy said to me a week before her passing, when she was still the mayor, she said, Harvey, and she clenched her fist like this. She said, bring people together. Bring people together. And that's what I'm saying to you all. Our council members, our board members, see, mishap happens. Our board members, they're young faces, young people with positive outlooks and positive spirits. That's why you ran. You ran, and it takes courage, it takes gumption, and it takes fortitude to run for any public office and then win and then serve. I see these beautiful flowers here. Mackenzie, don't give up. Stay encouraged. If you disagree, do it with civility. Disagree, don't be disagreeable. I'm in the back cheering you all on. If we don't have unity in this community, and we don't have unity among our elected officials on this board and with the executive team, none of us are going nowhere. Right? Please make your decisions as student-centered decisions. Right? It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. It's not a white America. It's not a black America. It's not a Latino America. It's the United States of America.
Thank you.
That's very nice. The next person signed up to speak is Sade Burks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sade Burks. I'm a resident of the city of Newburgh. I have a question for you all. We talked about committee assignments tonight. I wanted to know what happened to the people that oversees the MBK committee, the SAVE committee, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion committee. You are running a district that is 85% Black and brown children. Our community is marginalized. All of these committees have a heavy impact on our marginalized communities. Why aren't these committees put to the forefront? What happened to them tonight? Another thing I want to speak on, we say we are all Americans. Yes, that is true. Unfortunately, we all know the color of our skin does not give us the importance of being an American. When we have teachers that are voted back in our district that make comments of someone's hair on the floor, and they have their colleagues from the school that they're working, when they have their phone on school time, charging in on those comments and making fun of a black girl's hair that is on the floor, and that teacher is sent on administrative leave, what does that say about our children of color? They don't have a chance. When we have meetings last year, when a woman of color spoke out passionately, like Miss Vanessa did on Sunday, parents should be able to speak. But at that meeting last year, when a black woman spoke passionately about the policies and procedures that she did not agree with that would affect the 85% black and brown scholars of this district, the police were called afterwards. And then the police were called at the next board meeting where we had children at. So we can say we are Americans, But we all know that we are not treated as such. Our 400 years of slavery are so-called over, but we all know they took them chains from our feet and placed them on our hands. Now let's get real. We come up here and we say we represent the community. This is what the community wanted. Well, what community are you representing? Because the city of Newburgh, we may have been low in our votes, but let's get it correct. The city of Newburgh, let's get it correct. The city of Newburgh may have been low in votes, but the city of Newburgh did not vote for the clear choice correlation. Let's get it correct. The city of Newburgh voted for Phil Howard, Mark Levenstein, Sade Burks, and Ray Harvey. So what community are you talking about? You represent.
Sade, you're
Thank you. Have
you're
a
out
good
of
night.
line.
You ain't got to sit me down. Thank you. Have a good night.
The next person signed up to speak is Jasmine Amaro. No? Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Lily Howard.
Come on, Mama Howard. Let's go.
Good evening to all of you. I was wondering why I didn't realize all this was going on. I didn't speak to my son Phil in a few days, whatever, but I was led to come today, and now I understand why. My heart is overwhelmed right now. I was born here in Newburgh, raised. The only time I was away when I was in show business. And what I see going on is weighing very heavy on my heart. I was wondering why I was led to bring this book with me, White Fragility. Why is it so hard for white people to talk about racism? That's the real deal. All this mostly is about this African American superintendent. Some might not want to admit it, but that's the real bottom line. And my heart is overwhelmed because when is racism going to end? So many profess to be Christian and all that. But where's the love? We were commanded to love one another, not requested. The bottom line, we are not going to see anything change here until they do what they really want to do, and that is to get rid of our superintendent. Now, some people might not want to agree with that, but the real bottom line is, sad to say, racism is still alive and well. And until we seriously get down to the real nitty-gritty of that issue, nothing's going to change. And I want to say this to some folks who had I'm concerned, my son is the only African American on this school board. Why is that so? We had the opportunity to have Ray Harvey and Sade when they ran. Who showed up to vote for them? So a lot of folks are talking, but you didn't do what you were supposed to do, so things would have been a little bit different. So now we're crying about it. You could have done something about it. You could have came out and put them on this school board. And I'm saying this to you, my son. Don't let this kill you, because you can't do it by yourself. You can't do it by yourself. I love you, and I don't want to see your life edge out because you're on here by yourself. Wake up, city of Newburgh. Wake up! Wake up! And realize you profess, a lot of us profess to be Christians, but what it say? We were commanded to love one another. Where is that love? God bless all of you. Thank you.
The last person signed up to speak is Miss Melanie Collins.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long night. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes. All right. It's been a long night. Thank you for voting to allow us to speak and to have an unlimited amount of time to do so. These meetings tend to go very late into the evening, and I happen to have 3 children at home, and would like to be home with them watching this from my home, but I wanted to be here. And Ms. Bello, I'm so glad that you started with that flyer. And I'm so grateful to you for expressing how emotionally charging it was for you to see something that, maybe was misrepresenting you, right? And your beliefs, and like you said, your heart, right? I tend to be someone that tries to lead with my heart most of the time. And so as I've been trying to dissect all of the things that are happening and call on friends and colleagues and community folks to say, listen, we fell short at the vote, but it's time for us to show up. We need to educate ourselves. We need to get involved. We need to show up and have a voice. One thing that I've heard that I think is consistent across the board is that the ability for community to be able to access information needs improvement. It needs to be in Spanish, it needs to be readily available, people need to have time to process and educate themselves, because people have been asking me, what's going on? And I'm trying to shuffle through social media and the website and all the things to get accurate information so that when I'm asked a question, I can give accurate information. And in the attempt to try to find accurate information, I ended up on social media. So I brought something to share. I think we all know now, right, who Danielle Baez is? Everybody seen this name? Baez? Yeah? I'll also say, as I am calling out this woman, that I am afraid to call out this woman. And I'll tell you why I'm afraid as I stand here calling out this woman. Because when I started to go down this rabbit hole of this person, I called folks. I called friends, I called some moms, I called a couple people that work in the district, and I said, who is this? Who is this person? Because it doesn't look like a real page. Is it a bot? Like, what's going on? Is this a real person? 5,000 followers on this page. Every single document, meeting, personal information, superintendent's home address is on this page. And I did not want to come here and talk about social media. I wanted to talk about budget, I wanted to talk about literacy, I wanted to talk about all of the things that are so important to me for my children. But when I started to go down this rabbit hole, and I started to see the friends, if you look here, but then if you look here on my next flyer, Facebook, I think we all know how Facebook works, right? First thing it does is it pops up like, who are your friends? Oh, look at Christine Bello, Victoria Boucher, Thomasina. Oh, wow, these are our newly elected board members that are friends with this person who has 5,000 followers, who appears to be a fake Facebook page, right? So then,
Now,
okay, wait, here we go. Look, so here's who it is. Here is the page of the woman who, this is her, her Reddit and her, so she's a young woman who's probably 18 years old. Her real name is Alexandra. And the person that's hiding behind this is, let's see, wait. Former teacher, here he is. This dude here, everybody know who this is? He was fired from the district for inappropriately touching children. I went on his Instagram, he's got 300 pictures of school students, girls, mostly girls, right, on his Instagram page. So no coincidence that he chose a girl to hide behind, right? Well, wait, no.
your time is expired.
No,
Ma'am.
No, wait, one last thing.
Your time is expired.
That's fine. No. Here we go. Here's why this is important. Victoria Bello says, fuck her, and that delusion. Talking about Letitia James. Those are our 4 new elected officials. You are wrong. You are wrong, Victoria. Shame on you. Shame. How dare you talk about wanting to do what's right for our children when you are single-handedly hiding behind someone who is on a dance page.
Yes, sir. Remove her, please. Remove her, please, Ms. Hobbs.
Oh. Access it for those who are.
What we won't do is hide behind a fake page.
What is it? And here's no community. This is the real community that the city of Newark voted for.
Okay. We're moving on to item 7.1. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. So, I have something I would like to read, but before I read it, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I really do. So, a lot of people know that I mentor a lot of young people in the community, a lot of young boys of color, a lot of children, a lot of our scholars. And for a lie to be perpetuated and continue to be perpetuated, because I sat here this evening and I thought from last Thursday to today that that truth would be revealed and it would be something in my past. But for someone to go to the microphone again tonight, mean grill me with the eyes and make the accusation that I called the police is so erroneous and wrong. And I'm gonna tell you why it bothers me. My credibility in this community with these young boys of color is important to me. And for me to receive a phone call today from one of my mentees, and he said to me, Mr. Howard, you snitched on somebody? You called the cops on somebody? I was like, No, young man, that didn't happen like that. So I'm going to say, if that continues, I will reach out to my attorney. And if you want to look at my phone records when the call was made, it will show who called the police. And it wasn't Philip Howard. It was not Philip Howard. And what bothers me is the individual who the person who was called, police were called on, know that it wasn't me, but continue to perpetuate the lie. Because it was told to her, if she did not leave the grounds of the property, that they were going to call the police. And it was our security department. It wasn't Philip Howard. So I have a problem with that.
I never said it was.
No, not you.
Oh.
They know who they are. And Madam President, I'd like to read this. Read this, please.
Certainly, go ahead.
An issue that is totally out of hand right now is, as board members, we must understand the importance of remaining impartial and responsible in our use of social media. As representatives entrusted with the education and well-being of our children, it is paramount that we uphold the highest standards of integrity, fairness, and professionalism. First and foremost, let me emphasize the principles of impartiality. School board members are tasked with making decisions that impact the lives of students, families, and educators. These decisions must be made based on facts, evidence, and what is in the best interest of the entire school community, not personal biases or agendas. It is essential that we approach every issue with an open mind, listen to diverse perspectives, and make decisions that reflect the values of equity, fairness, and inclusivity. However, in today's digital age, the rise of social media presents both opportunities and challenges. While social media platforms can be valuable tools for communication and community engagement, they also pose risks when used irresponsibly. As school board members, our public statements and interactions on social media can influence public opinions, shape community perceptions, and impact trust in our leadership. Unfortunately, we have seen instances where school board members have abused social media platforms, using them to promote personal opinions, engage in divisive rhetoric, and even attack fellow board members, administrators, or community members. Such behavior not only undermines the credibility of the board, but also erodes trust within our community and detracts from our primary mission of serving our students. We must remember that our roles as school board members extend beyond personal opinions or political affiliations. Each of us represents the collective voice of our community and must conduct ourselves with dignity, respect, and a commitment to the principles of ethical governance. This means exercising caution and thoughtfulness in our social media use, refraining from sharing misinformation or inflammatory content, and always considering the potential impact of our words on others. Furthermore, as leaders in education, we have a responsibility to model responsible digital citizenship for our students. They look to us as role models, and our behavior, both online and offline, set an example for them to follow. Let us use social media as a tool to engage in constructive dialogue, celebrate achievements, and foster unity within our school community. In conclusion, as we navigate the complexities of governance in our school districts, let us reaffirm our commitment to impartiality, professionalism, and responsible use of social media. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome, thank you. Does any other?
Public comment's unlimited, so now you can ask if there's anybody that wasn't signed up for public comment, if they would like to comment.
Okay. Step forward.
You can't speak more than once if you've already spoken, but you can speak, it's unlimited, so. Correct, you're good, you're good. Yes.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Andres Benitez. I live in Newberg 22 years. And I'm be honest, I heard everybody, but I'm very disappointed with everybody in this room. Because supposed to the deal here is for budget and new systems, something for the kids in Newberg City. Everybody racist, fight, attacking social media and everything. So I'm very disappointed with that. Assuming I don't study nothing in America. I'm from Peru. I don't study nothing. But everybody here in this table seat and everybody here are lot professionals. And I don't understand very low yelling and attitudes, assuming everybody more smart with me. 22 years in Uber, I walk, and the same, I hear you somebody say, nobody knows the life of the other person. I give you volunteer time before COVID, 2019. The program, 21st century, okay? This lady and maybe a lot of people, maybe 4 or 5, long time, and I don't understand why I stay here, because nothing different. So I give you my time. I have 2 jobs, and I give you volunteer time for kids in the community, because I'm soccer coach, and I working with 5, 6, 7 years old. I give you values. Not only, hey, kick the ball, run. No, I give you value. When you come late, talk to your mom, your dad. You come early. You come in late, you no play. And that's why I'm very disappointed with everybody here, because everybody yelling and very low. And I come in, that's my second time, because again, I'm working. Now I don't have a practice, that's why I can. And I know a couple guys that saying my last time, somebody remember, I can't say not names, but 2 guys I bought. When I stay here in the table, change for the other side. And I speak with somebody, and when I coach in the New Bed Armory, and again, I hear you, oh, I need a lot of help for people speak English, because the Spanish people knew in the last 2 years, a lot of kids. And I not say nothing before, because this year my daughter finally graduated NFA, my son last year, my daughter 6 years ago. So I have 3 kids graduated here. And always the value, I believe the teachers. But that's the other one. The teachers have the union and have good facilities. And that's why the other one, nobody, the members, the board say, hey guys, how's everything in sports? How's your system for computer or whatever, or what your problems in your house? Nobody cares nothing. Nobody. And I can't say everybody here, nobody, everybody fight. And the Harvey here, that guy talking about, and him continuing, racist, and Spanish. A lot of people say, hey, you Spanish, why you move? Move you people. I don't want to move my people. Everybody you need to understand and learning what you need. Say, white people say to me, 60% Spanish people in Uber. The rest, extra. I know, again, I don't like a racist, not discriminate. I know political person. I say in the face, and again, Harvey and the other councilmen, I go 2 times. And everything is política. Todos se mueven política. Everything moves political. No, I'm very friendly. My best friends are black guys. I know races. And I can always, the other guy, and I can't say the name, the guy, the councilman, no anymore in Uber, the Grace teacher, always attacking me. Oh, you negative. I'm honest. Always I say in the face, everybody. I no study again, nothing, but everybody here more professional than me and stay fight. I wait something because I need better situation for the kids in Uber. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Stacy? Okay. Tracy, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Hi. I don't really speak on policies, but today I'm going to do the best I can to speak on trying to help some of this situation. Social media is bad. There's just things coming at everyone from different directions. False Facebook, social media is bad. But you shouldn't use facts on Facebook to make your decisions here. So I'm asking the new board members to please do their due diligence and look into the facts. Look into the budgets, look into, for example, the 200,000 in limits and what decisions that the superintendent has made and what limits, if they were to change to 5,000, all these limits. And then the question that Mackenzie was asking, budgets, I think that these are meetings that can be had, I don't know if an executive, but I don't know how, but there may be trainings that the board members could maybe get before they get here, because it's already confusing to some people that are in the audience. But I definitely study the agenda before I get here, and so I speak about policies. I'm gonna try and speak on the racism part, because there are some, I live in the city of Newburgh. The city of Newburgh helped raise my 4 kids. And when I tell you that I was a single mom with 2 daughters, and if it wasn't for the city of Newburgh and the community, I don't know really what road I would be in. I don't know where my children would be in. But it took a community to raise my kids, and they definitely didn't see color when they saw me. So I definitely support the community that supported me. The other comment I would like to make is, to the new board members, please don't see the community as a threat. Please see that this is the passion. They are very passionate about their community. And I have been at many events, and I'm not afraid of anyone in this room. I have been at many of their events in the community, and if, in my opinion, if you're afraid, please attend some of the events in the city. Please attend some of the events that are put on, because you can see the diversity in the city and the welcoming that the city has. Oftentimes, when I go to sports events, you can see the passion and the love the city of Newburgh has for each other. And when we go to other locations and they look down upon us and they see the city of Newburgh strong, they see a loving community. They don't see a threatening community. They see a community that bonds and that sticks together. And this community has history. Please look at that as well. History and generations that are here that are raising children. Ms. Howard, who I greatly respect and dearly admire. And for, I don't want to say this in a negative way, a lot of KKK, a lot of comments were made. So I'm going to say this, that I also am white. I do have family that's white and that don't live in the city of Newburgh, and I feel that some white people have never, not even some, all white people have never really experienced racism like a black person has experienced racism in America. And so you can't sit here and say that there's not racism if you have never been treated wrongly for the color of your skin. They haven't had, you know, a patrol and police cars that stop all white bald men, and then everyone white bald men are stopped. I've never seen that happen. But they have one description of a black male, and every black male is stopped and frisked, and it's unfair. I'm not just talking about police, I'm talking about here and the way we speak and the way we address people. Please try to step out of your own shoes and put yourself in their shoes, and in shoes that you're never gonna step in. So if you had an agenda before here, please stop the agenda that you previously had seen on Facebook, or the facts that you've seen elsewhere, and find the policies that are treating these children like criminals. A lot of these policies are old. A lot of these policies that I see are not in favor of the children. And oftentimes I've seen online people, new board members, are very focused on the budget, and they think that the superintendent's hiding something, or the money's somewhere, or where's the money? Please fact find. Please don't look at the superintendent as a criminal, because again, we're looking and we're saying things that we've never experienced. But when you're implicating to someone who's oftentimes have to live in the shoes of being implicated her whole life and have to fight to get where she is more than we'd ever, it's harder for other people to get into that door. And I'm confident that it was hard for her to get through that door, where it was easy to get some nominees to sit in this seat as you're sitting in right now. But so it's harder for someone of color, even in the city of Newburgh, to be in Phil Howard's seat, and it's unfortunate. But I'm really asking you to step out of your own comfort zone that you've been living in for your whole life, and put yourself in a comfort zone that you've never been in, and look from that perspective. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Certainly.
Hi, my name is Kate Clark. I live in the city of Newburgh. I'm just concerned that the Food Services Department hasn't put anything out about the summer meal program yet. I know they're serving them at the library from 9 to 1:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I don't know how the holiday works, but typically we have many locations all over the district, and a lot of our families rely on this supplementation of food they have or don't have at home. So I'm just hoping the word will get out soon and those locations and times will be given to families.
Go ahead. Oh, I wanted to give Ms. Freeman Mack an opportunity to respond. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, Mr. Howard, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we normally don't answer questions, but do we have an answer to that question? Because that is so important. People are looking forward to those meals. And if we have do we have an answer?
We'll absolutely send that out in a communication tomorrow morning. I want to make sure that everything is shored up before we misrepresent the information. So Kate will have that out tomorrow morning, I promise. As you were speaking, Ms. Roaring was literally typing. I was watching her. And Dr. Freeman Mack attempted to give some information, but I told her to pause so we can make sure that we capture the entire picture. So we'll definitely put that out there. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
Hello, thank you. Sabrina Dolfinger. I'm an educator in the district. So I wanted to address two things. The first thing I heard before the comments on the agenda items, I heard you say that this is a process and you need time to get it right, or something like that, right? That this is something that it's not going to be instantaneous. And so I just want you to take that advice, because I don't think that process was allowed for our superintendent, who has only been here 2 years, right? And as a couple of people have said, this district didn't get to this point in these 2 years, right? We've been going through this. I'm a product of the Newburgh School District, proud product, but there have been a lot of challenges in this district over the years. I'm 60 years old, so I know that there is a lot that has gone on in this district. So if we're asking for grace, if you're asking for that grace, you need to extend that grace to the superintendent and her cabinet as well. Don't be quick to judge and feel like you can come in here and just change policies and do things that you're not familiar with, right? Do the work. And then if there is something wrong, we definitely want to make sure that we're writing it for our kids. The second thing I want to say is I want to talk about the passion, right? So I'm not going to say what Tracy said. She said that if you're passionate, go out, if you're scared, go out into the community and see. I'm going to say if you are scared to represent the people who you promised to represent, then you don't need to be on the board. You can't expect a marginalized people to not be passionate about their kids. You request them, you ask them to come in. You can't expect them to show up just when you want them to show up and how you want them to show up. If we are talking about, I heard someone say that what percentage, Bolay said, of kids who aren't reading? So yeah, they're passionate. They want answers and they want to know what you're doing for their kids. Their passion should not represent fear for you. And if that does, then you have bigger issues than what's on this school board, right? We talk to our kids about social emotional learning. We're not going to solve problems if we don't look at the underlying problem, right? That's not the board, that's not the budget, right? It is the racism. It is the marginalization. It's how people feel. You have to address that. And maybe people get upset that we are very vocal about what is going on. No, I don't live in this district, right? I tell people this all the time. I only live in Fishkill because my husband lives there. But I love Newburgh. I love this district. I love the kids in this district. I love the families in this district. I have family in this district. We all want to right this ship, right? I feel, right, that we have to talk about these issues. We're not going to go anywhere if we don't. The academics, all of that is not going to improve if we're not talking about the real issues. This is reality, right? This is, as the mayor said, the district is a microcosm of our country. We want to sweep things under the rug, and we don't want to confront those issues that can be hard, right? We don't want to feel like we're doing something that is alienating a people, but it's out there. So we have to address that too. And I hope that you can look at this community as the passionate people who love their kids and want the best for their kids, and not think of them as someone who wants to come in here and just be vocal. Listen to what they're saying to you. It's important. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanna Rivers. This is my first time actually attending one of the school board meetings. I always wanted to, but never really knew when they happened. And so I'm really glad to be here. I'm really glad to hear all the stuff that is going on. I'm glad to hear all the authenticity and all the people who have come before me and spoken before me. One of the things that I think about when I think about the enlarged school district of Newburgh is just how beautifully diverse the district is. And one of the things that I think we really forget about is how, and she just said it, and a lot of people said it, this underlying issue, this lump in the rug, so to speak, that we tend to want to overlook. But really will not find the healing that we all need without addressing it. I know that the school board really has a serious job about the future of this area, because we're talking about the children who are going to be sitting in the seats that you guys are sitting in right now. And if we don't help them to understand, if we can't understand what we're feeling, the injustices we're feeling, the systemic oppression that we're feeling, the things that we're feeling, how can we possibly translate that to the children who are suffering with anxiety, depression, all kinds of other social and mental issues that they don't even know where it's coming from. They just know that they're feeling this way. And we are letting them down. We are letting them down. Right? I mean, I can definitely go into, because of my background, I could definitely go into the foods that are being served, the racialized trauma that has happened. And, it's funny because when you say racialized trauma, everybody thinks Black. Everybody thinks Hispanic. But everybody is affected by it. It doesn't matter what the complexion of your skin is. Racialized trauma is something that was invented in order to normalize the way this country was built. And until we really take a look at that and start to say, okay, what are we going to do about that? We can sit here all day. And this same thing will continue to play out year after year, board after board, superintendent after superintendent, if we don't address it. We are at the precipice of the change that can happen. New York has always been a front runner in everything that happens when it comes to change. Let's not let Newburgh fall short. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Gray. My husband and I are NFA graduates, 04 and 05, and we now have 2 children, and we're raising them in our hometown. And my daughter is 4, so she's gonna be starting, it's my first experience as a parent in the district. And I really, really want to be confident that I'm sending both my kids to great schools, because we went through our era that we did, and it was great. We had a solid education. My husband is now a professional artist because of the arts programs in Newburgh, and I am mothering, which is great. But I want to be really, really confident that I'm sending my kids to the same caliber of education that we got and feel really good about it, and be able to turn to my community members and be like, no, Newburgh is a great school. You should send your kids here. There's a lot of parents who have the means to do so, who are choosing to send their kids to private schooling because Newburgh doesn't have a great reputation. And not everybody has those means, and they shouldn't need to. We should be able to have a really amazing public school system. And I think we do. There's so much potential, but there's so many opaque things happening. And as a parent coming into this from the ground up, it's really hard to make sense of what is hearsay, what is politics, what's fact. And I find myself getting directed down to Facebook, down these crazy rabbit holes, and I don't want to get my info there. I want to get my info from factual sources. I want to get it from your websites. I want to get it I want to get data. I really don't want to get people's opinions before I can form my own. And I'm finding it hard as a parent to get the data that I need to know that things are going to be smooth sailing when I send my kid to you guys. I find myself in community with a lot of hundreds of parents online in our local area, some of whom are teachers. And these teachers also feel like they are not heard, and they don't understand the decision-making in some of the district office stuff. And I commiserate with them. It's they're trying to do their best. They're on the ground every day with these kids and doing good jobs, and they just don't understand the decision-making that's happening that affects them. So that's disheartening to hear as a parent, that they don't really feel that good about what's happening. Also, the Sunday meeting that happened short notice, it's so hard for parents to arrange their schedules to come be here. Yeah. I had to come here 2 hours late to the start because I had to put my kids down first before I could get out here. But I heard you guys were doing late night, so I was like, I'm in, we're doing it. But it's really, really hard to arrange with childcare. So the more advance notice you can give for these types of things is really important to actually get people engaged. All of us parents have those kinds of duties. If we can improve communication, that is a really key step of getting all of us more involved. And with $1 million for 3 people, it kind of blows my mind because I don't have a system of understanding how that money is spent. But I do know that some of the teachers I talked to had no air conditioning for the last month of June. And they were walking around room to room trying to get places to teach their kids because it was sweltering for the last few weeks of school. So it's we're spending $1 million on salaries, which I do not begrudge. Education professionals deserve great salaries. But also I'm hearing those stories, and I'm struggling to put 2 and 2 together of why are we choosing certain places to spend money when we're not doing some of the functional basics, especially in an unsafe way? It's inhumane to have kids in 92-degree heat with no AC. It's it's so disheartening to hear. And I want my kids to be safe when they go to school. I want everyone's kids to be safe when they go to school. So that's kind of the frustration that I'm feeling just as one parent in the district. I still have confidence that I can send my kid to the school and feel good about it. And we're excited to do Gardner Town in the fall. My kid calls it Gardening Town, and she's really pumped. And I want us to be able to meet each other in that middle where like I'm an enthusiastic parent, I want to work with enthusiastic educators, and like the money is there, but like a lot of us just don't understand how and why it's spent. So one last note, I saw New York City implemented a budget at a glance tool where you can go on the website and it's literally just like a pie chart for each school building, and you can compare buildings, you can compare like what is spent per child. It's a very, very clear layout. And if we can adopt a tool like that that doesn't have you like scrolling through lots of PDFs trying to find the data that you need, that like summarizing it in a clear and concise way could be really, really helpful, because like we shouldn't have to go on Facebook and just hear people's opinions about it. I want the data for my kids. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to run out earlier. I'm actually Jasmine. My name was called a couple of things back, but I saw that we were still going, so I came to run back. I'll be pretty brief. First off, just on a much less serious note, I was wondering if there was any plans for this back wall, because the beautiful pictures and the murals that illustrated Newburgh's best just kind of vanished. So I'm hoping that something would come back up. But in regards to social media, I know it's been brought up 100 times. There is a video circulating. One of the biggest things that has been brought up time after time after time is that there is a lack of trust in the board, and that we want parents involved and we want all of these things. However, there was an incident on Sunday where a board member told the parent that you haven't been here for 18 years. And if I was a parent, I'm an educator in the district. If I was a parent and I was told I was not here, that would immediately turn me off from wanting to come. Little did this person know, this person has a daycare with over 150 kids. Sorry, I have horrible stage fright. I apologize for the shakiness of my voice. Over 100 kids that will eventually be, the majority of them are going to be Newburgh students. She sits in on IEP meetings for her own children and for children at the daycare. She was the go-between. I later found out that the language line was not offered to a family who has a developed English language of about a kindergarten student, and the language line was not utilized. I have personally witnessed this parent. She has been in meetings with Deputy Superintendent Ed Forget. She goes to the school. She's well known in the school. So to say you haven't been here for 18 years because you cannot make a board meeting was really disappointing, and I don't know how I can trust someone that has that rhetoric. And then to continue to double down by saying I was speaking to somebody else, so it doesn't matter. It's just really inappropriate conduct for somebody in this capacity to be holding. And I really do try to come in with an open mind. I do not agree with all of you, I never have. I always watch the meetings, I can't always make it because I myself have 2 jobs. But I would never think, I don't know how I'm supposed to entrust that if you're okay saying this in public, what are you saying about this community behind closed doors? And that's a genuine concern, because if you were okay doubling down on something, admitting that it was not an okay comment and then doubling down, I don't know what you're saying behind closed doors, and that's kind of concerning. So just really kind of consider, the image that you uphold, the position that you were, voted in to uphold. It's really something that needs to be taken into consideration as you are expressing yourself publicly. As somebody that works in the district, I am very conscientious of how I interact when I am in the city of Newburgh. I live right down the street from NFA, so it's, I see my kids all the time. My neighbor was one of my students. So, it's just be mindful and keep in mind that you are representing a specific demographic of people. You're representing people that voted you in. So to sit here and make somebody feel small because they haven't been here for every meeting for the last 18 years that their children have been in school, it's a very low blow in my opinion. So I just ask the board to be conscientious of what you're saying and to really find a way to rebuild that trust within the new board, the old board, and everyone in the community, because it's lacking. And it's a shame because Newburgh can do amazing things. I graduated from Newburgh. I did teens and tots. I know people that did the CNA program. My brother graduated from West Street and landed an internship and landed a job after their internship at Color Cube. We are capable of amazing things, but we really need to put that same energy into broadcasting these amazing things and really doing what's right for the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Richard Peterson. I'm a product of this school district. Went to GAMS Tech, went to North High, well, now it was middle school, now it's high school, NFA, and graduated from NFA. I run a technology company, and ironically, I started out in a technology elementary school, which I think was a wonderful program. What I remember growing up is I remember some names, all right? I remember my Boy Scout leader, who was African American. He was right at the YMCA building, which is not there anymore. I remember Tyrone Cotton. He was a young businessman that I looked up to at that time. And I remember Harvey Berger. I remember Pop Williams, and I remember Brutus Hodge. I remember Saul Williams. I remembered Tyrone Crabb. I say this all to say is that as a young man in Newburgh, I remember those names because those people look like me. All right? As a young man, it showed me that I can be respected in my community. I can run businesses. I can be successful. I can speak well. I can be different than what people think in the stereotype of somebody from Newburgh. All right? I say this all to say because listening to the dialogue and everything that's going on is that we have a superintendent that's shown herself to be competent, to be respectable, and hasn't shown any incompetencies. Is she perfect? I don't think she's perfect because I only know one perfect person that's ever walked this earth. But she's competent. But more importantly, this district is comprised of a student base that a lot of the students look like me or they look similar to me in that they're colored. And these students look up to her. They see her, and she runs this district. And I think a lot of times people forget in this community, this school district is, I believe, the largest in Orange County with the most students, the most buildings, and the largest budget, or close to the largest budget. And this is a huge responsibility. I mean, this cabinet that's running this district, I mean, a lot of these members, they're qualified to work at just about any district that's around here. All of them, they're running the largest one. And the same thing with our board. We thank the board for your community service, but it's not an easy task. To come in with the agenda to want to replace our superintendent, I think is crazy. Until there's really found and factual basis that she needs to be replaced, or any cabinet member, then I mean, I don't understand why anybody would have that thought path. Let's work together. Let's get through this. There's information that the public isn't privy to, that you'll be privy to as a new member, that at least you have to take some time to go through it and talk and collaborate and figure out what's going on before you're making decisions and statements that we're going to replace this person, we're going to turn this around, we're going to do this. Our students respect our superintendent. They look up to her. She's a role model. And I think that all needs to be considered before anyone has an agenda, before they start their duty. Thank you.
So I'm not going to need 5 minutes because I'm not really one to get up and speak. But I have 2 children that have graduated from this district. My family has been here for years. And I was one of the parents who never came to a board meeting. It did not mean that I did not care. It did not mean that I was not invested in my children's education. It meant that I was a working young mother that could not make it. One. Another thing, for this to be my first board meeting, to come here and for it to seem like a direct attack It had nothing to do with what was best for our students. It had nothing to do with what was best for the employees of the school district. It just seemed like a passive-aggressive way to attack the superintendent, regardless of her color, regardless of her gender. Whoever was sitting in that seat, it was obvious, it was plain as day, and it was disheartening. It's also disheartening to know that people on the board conduct themselves in a certain way on social media. It's actually disgusting. It is not something that people who are supposed to represent this district should be doing in any capacity. Also, when it comes to being scared of a community of people who come, how can you properly service? Because sitting in the seat, you are doing an act of service. How can you properly service a people who you find to be people that you should be afraid of? That's almost like criminalizing them. If you're criminalizing the parents, how are you not criminalizing the children who you're supposed to be servicing? Like, how can we put our trust in you, regardless if we come to board meetings, regardless if you see our faces ever? How can we put our trust in people who look at us and our children as someone to be afraid of? You can't properly service someone that you're afraid of. That's not possible. So I think that it's what my grandmother always said, to lead with love and to give grace. So I think this community is used to extending grace, but it's going to come to a point where that grace will no longer be extended because it's not deserved. So you are in a position to prove yourself, not the parents, not the community. It is you who are in seats, that you are here to prove that you should be in these seats. So I think, or I would assume, that your purpose would not be to discredit someone who is trying their best, that came into a situation that was not top-notch, that has a lot of cleaning up to do. I think that your purpose or your agenda should be to assist her in that, and maybe look in the mirror and do some self-reflection on how you can improve and you can become better. And when you do that, it starts to expand and it goes to everyone. So instead of trying to point out people's wrongs, maybe just take a look in the mirror and see what you can do better. And that's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else before we can move on? Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm just using my voice. How's everybody doing today? My name is Ahmad, born and raised here in Newburgh, New York. Also, an NFA graduate in 2016. And I just wanted to ask a favor from everyone on the board. When you all go to make your decisions about everything that has happened tonight, and have to weigh out the decisions that you have to make, I just ask that you go into the decisions you make thinking as if you were a parent, trying to figure out what's best for your student, what's best for your child. And I also ask to not lead with ego whenever you're making your decisions. A lot of the times, our ego gets in the way of our decision making if we feel like we've been attacked or we've been wrong, and we want to show that we have the upper hand. And oftentimes it messes up how we are supposed to be conducting our job. So I just ask that. Also, as a former teacher myself, just keep these things in mind when you are making the decisions that you have to make. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to Resolution 7.1, resolution to authorize the board president to execute a retainer agreement with Shaw, Perelson, May, and Lambert to serve as attorney for the Newburgh Enlarged City School District.
Point of order, I think executive session was falling before this. Since we didn't go into executive session on number 3.
No, 7. There's no. Oh, we don't have any. I thought. It was already part of the reorg appointment. Okay, because we skipped around, we can either proceed right here where we are and do executive session later, or do anyone have suggestions? Go ahead, Victoria.
I would like to go to executive session because I do need legal advice.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré.
Serve as attorney for the Newburgh Enlarged City School District. Can I have a motion, please? And a second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart.
Okay. Item 8.1, HR agenda items. I turn the floor over to Mr. Mack.
Thank you, Madam President. On the Human Resources agenda, I have items 8.1 through 8.6 for your consideration on this morning. Is it more? Sorry, Madam President, tonight.
It's okay. It's okay. Does anyone want to separate anything out? So we're voting A through F by consent, 8.1. Wait.
We're voting on all of 8, I believe.
Oh, okay, A1 through 8.6 by consent. I need a motion.
If there's nothing pulled out, you need a motion, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Oh, okay, roll call.
Roll call on 8.1 through 8.6. Ms. Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Christine Bello.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my items.
2. Okay, so that's, where are we with that? What number is this?
9.1.
Oh, okay. Okay. Resolution 9.1, resolution to approve bills and reports. But I'll be turning this over to Ms. Ferrari.
Thank you. The Finance Division presents items 9.1 to 9.10 for routine consent this evening.
Can we separate them out?
You want to separate some out?
Can we just separate them all out? Sorry.
Okay, Matthew should like to separate them all out. So now we're gonna. So Resolution 9.1, resolution to approve bills and reports. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Mackenzie?
Can the treasurer's report have the individual checks and ACH payments in them so that we can see and review? I think they traditionally used to have them. No? Okay.
Because of privacy, we can't do that. They've never, I don't believe they've ever had that. We're required by law not to.
Okay.
Mr. Stewart?
Your mic. On the general fund report, as of 5/31/24, it shows that we are expecting an excess of 47,960,000. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Can you elaborate, please?
Are you referring to the revenue report or the expense report?
The revenue report says excess revenue as of 5/31/24.
So as we've discussed in previous meetings, you can't look just at the excess column. You also have to look at the anticipated column and have a net effect of those two.
Do you need more of an explanation?
I didn't even understand what you said.
Okay. Like, as Mr. Howard says, in layman's term, slowly,
Go to
please.
the bottom right and assume that that is actually the case. If we look at the column to the left, it said anticipated balance. You will see that the district expects another 56 million, which is partially offset by the excess of 47 million. You have to take those two columns and blend them together to get an accurate number.
So, excuse me, so what would be our anticipated excess revenue at the end of this month?
We have not prepared that. The treasurer would provide that report at a future date.
Is it fair to say that they will receive, it's generally after 30 days?
It's not at the end of the year. So we generally issue the June report once the financials have been audited and closed at the end of August. So that report would come to the board in September.
Okay, so it's generally, Mr. Stewart, it comes a couple of months behind, so that you'll have an opportunity to see that.
Because I know in the last meeting, we approved like 13.8 million to go to our reserve funds. Is that going to come out of this?
That would be a not to exceed, and we have to take into account the expense side with the net effect of the revenue side to come up with what that actual surplus might be. Again, that's after everything is audited at the end of August.
End of August. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call.
9.1, Ms. Mackenzie Boucher,
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Thomasina Bello.
Yes.
Resolution 9.2, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, a discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Victoria Boucher,
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Christine Bello,
Yes.
Thomasina Bello,
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher.
Yes.
9.3, can I have a motion
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bergarelli,
Yes.
Mr. Doré, Mr. Howard, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Resolution 9.4, can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mackenzie?
So this is just, I don't need this right now, but I want to ask for this. If we can have a cost analysis of like what we actually net out with these items. For example, like I see in the fiscal year 24 report, we have a category titled auction proceeds. The year-to-date profit on that is 16.9. So I think the resolution for today is like 19,000. So if I can just see like if we're only actually spending like $3,000 at the end of the year, that's just information I would like to know.
100%. That's good information because we need to understand where that gap in that $3 million is. So that's something that we will absolutely present to the Board of Education and the community at large.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
9.5, can I have a motion, please? And a second? Discussion? Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I noticed that the agenda says it's not to exceed 75,000, but when you look at the contract says 50,000.
So we do that so we know that that's our limit, that if anything occurs or comes up, Kimberly wants to respond in just for me.
That was a disconnect in the individual who wrote the resolution with the one who prepared the contract. So the board has the option of amending the language in the resolution to $50,000, or they can bring it back at another time at 75.
Can I make a motion to amend to read $50,000?
Second.
Discussion? Okay. On the amendment, roll call, please.
Roll call on the amendment. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Wasn't.
Okay, and we're on 9.6.
Now you're on 9.5. You need a roll call on 9.5 as amended.
Okay. Roll call on 9.5 as amended, please.
Oh, Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Okay. 9.6, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. 9.7, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes. 9.8, can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Okay. 9.9, can I have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Oh, second. Sorry.
Discussion? Mr. Stewart?
Yes, where's the funding coming for this, please?
This could be funded in multiple ways depending on the nature of the work. Most of this will be associated with the capital project.
Okay. Ms. Boucher?
Can someone just explain like what this is? Is it testing for groundwater because of construction that we're doing?
This covers a myriad of testing that would be required based on the work that's happening at each of the different sites. We do not have the technical expertise to elaborate on that further. That's why we rely on them to provide that for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
If you can send Matthew that question, we'll give you a little bit more in-depth information when we send it back to that company so that you have a better understanding.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 9.1, can I have a motion? Oh, 9.10, 10. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, this is just for public information. We're transferring from longevity, $1,750,000 to the capital project, $1,750,000 to fix the roof that we approved before. And if I'm correct, we're going to get refunded that by the state over time. Is that correct?
There would be a building aid ratio applied to that. It would not be the total amount. There's a building aid ratio that would be applied to that. It would not be the full 1.75.
Ms. Boucher?
So it's less than the 1.75, so we're spending some of our own money on it?
Yes, the district would do that with each capital project we undertake.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
That concludes my items.
Okay, so who do I send this to? Okay, Dr. Mack, Section 10.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one item, 10.1, please, for your consideration.
Okay, can I have a resolution? Can I have a motion, please? And a second?
Second.
Discussion? Mackenzie?
Are we obligated to this conference? Like, is this in their professional development, like contract or anything?
I know that Mr.
What is it? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I know that Mr. Forget wants to expand a bit. This is a time of year that all transportation folks across the state get together and they meet for best practices. It's a national conference. I know Mr. Forget would like to expand upon a bit more, but I'd also share with you that our transportation director has not been able to go, but this for a couple of years, but this year she does have an assistant director, so this affords her the opportunity to receive some professional development. Anything else, Ed?
Yeah, and the only other thing is it's a great opportunity for our transportation director to meet with the other transportation directors across the state to learn about how to address issues of safety and other protocols that need to be put in place so that as she's working with our contractors, she's advocating in the best interests of our students. Our transportation director is also very involved in the statewide network. She's a well-known leader in transportation. So we're pretty proud of that, and we would like her to come back and teach us some of the things that they're doing across the state so that we could do the same.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Doré? Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That is all for my items.
So, Mr. Bear, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. I have item 11.1 for the board's consideration.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Discussion? A roll call, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't.
I just would like to know where the funding is coming from for this.
We can share that answer, but I will tell you that it's a combination of places, depending on the decision. Much of it's general. There is some money in the IDA grant that may cover some of that. For summer school, which a lot of these IEPs that are coming to you before are also including summer school. That's paid through ARP and through the federal grant, federal funds that reimburse us. There's transportation in there. It comes from a whole range of places, but literally probably about 10 or 15 places when we're all said and done.
Mackenzie?
Specifically kind of on CSE and CPSE, can we, as the board, receive, and you might send it already, so I apologize if you do, a list of how many IEPs are left to be updated for the school year and how many triennial evaluations are left? Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
It's premature to talk about how many reevaluations are required. We complete them all within the school year as long as we get consent from families. I keep my team knows I'm pretty obsessed. We're doing this at midnight, I can't believe, I check this every day to see how many we have left. We're in very good shape.
And not only
I
that,
can provide to you that information.
yes, and this happens throughout the year. There's not one start and end time, particularly within our community or any urban community, because it's, we have transient populations and we have students who enter and exit at different times. So to believe that, all IEPs will be done in September, that would absolutely be our goal, but we may have had students who've entered our district September 1, and then we start school September 2nd. So it's, yes.
Again, good morning. I get to steal your line because it's 12:01. I think this is a conversation that we can have with the board in further meetings because I think it's an important one about what our process is in special education.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
That thankfully concludes my items and hopefully all items this evening.
Okay. Okay, and that concludes the meeting of the board. Can
Point of
I?
order, you need to vote to adjourn, ma'am.
I was just going to do that. Okay. You scared me. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Christine Bello?
Yes.
Thomasina Bello?
Yes.
Mackenzie Boucher?
Yes.
Ms. Victoria Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
No.
Mr. Duray? And Mr. Howard?
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.